before we start with our working meeting. Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sandra, and hello, everybody. Or like Sandra, it would have been nice also for me, of course, to meet you physically in Trieste, which for the reasons you all know, unfortunately, is not possible. Not possible now. So this is our usual annual planning meeting, which has the main goal to get us all on the same line and so that we agree on the basis for the program for this year's EuroDIG meeting. We'll not have the program in detail, but we should agree on what are the main baskets of issues, what are the hottest issues, where do we think that will create the most value added in having a discussion on which issues, and then in the coming weeks we will then further develop the program in the details necessary. So that's at least in my view the main goal of the meeting, and I hope that we'll get there. We have of course less time and less chances to interact like in a physical setting, but on the other hand I think we have a lot of participants here online, and we can use the chat functions and use our time efficiently. One thing that is important to me for the situation that we are in is that in fact we are in the Thai people would say same but different. We are in a similar situation like last year, where we had to switch from our usual way to meet into new territory and organize a purely virtual meeting. This year, things are still unclear. It's very difficult to plan, and we will have to find new ways again, like we did last year. And last year, I must say that EuroDIG was really setting a new standard for organizing a virtual meeting that gathered a momentum, that had energy, that made people feel like we are in it at the same time, and not made us feel like we are all sitting in our home offices, but that we are really together, although virtually. And it was the format and the design and the setup was influencing lots of others that came after EuroDIG in the way that they organized their conferences. And I think also this year we are in a situation where if we have the same courage like we had last year, we'll be able to set a new standard in a different way, in something that I would call a hybrid meeting, because the probability is very high that we will not be able to have a fully normal physical meeting with a virtual component, but that we will have a much stronger virtual component because of travel limitations and so on and so forth. But I think we should use the experience that we made also with the advantages of a virtual component, with the flexibility that this gives us in terms of no matter where we are and what we have to do, that people can join the meeting, people can also move around in their physical life and participate virtually, no matter from where they are. And we should really try to combine the best of these both worlds for this year's EuroDIG. So I think we should absolutely try, if possible, and I hope it will be possible, to not have another purely physical meeting, but to have a hybrid meeting, a purely virtual meeting, but to have a hybrid meeting where at least some people, of course, our friends, many of our friends from Italy, but also all those that can and want to travel, can physically meet. But we will have an equal level of participation opportunities between those that are physically present, between those that are virtually present, and that will use the fact that it will be summer. Hopefully, the weather will be fine in Trieste, and we can play with outside or whatever facilities we may be able to move around, also physically, and from hotel rooms to outside places to meeting rooms, so that we can participate session by session in a way that gets a new spirit and shows the way to others, all the other institutions that will have the same challenge, where they will have to combine physical presences, with virtual presences. And I just encourage us all to be innovative, to try out, use the time that we have until June to try out new formats, new ways of organizing the sessions in the setup, so that we really are able to profit from the best of these both worlds, the physical and the virtual, also for the social part, so that we find ways to socially get together physically and virtually and mixed. So this is a strong conviction and hope of mine that we'll experiment with new formats and inspire others to use our experiments and benefit from this. I'll stop here, and I'm looking forward to having a good and intense debate on the issues, and in the hope that we'll get a great, interesting and inspiring program that makes, like every year, this year's EuroDIG the best EuroDIG ever in history, of course. Thank you very much. Back to Sandra.
Thank you, Thomas. To be honest, if we can make it to Trieste, this meeting has all the chances to be the best EuroDIG ever. And I see Marco and Roberto from our team in Trieste are also here. Marco, sorry to put you so much on the spot, but can you give us an update how the situation in Trieste is and how ICTP is planning in terms of when they decide if they can open the institute for workshops, meetings, and so on?
Okay, so good morning from a foggy and rainy Trieste, and happy to see many familiar faces here on Zoom. So things in Trieste are working virtually. So we move all our activities as online activities up to the end of June. So I would say that EuroDIG is on the boundary between, already taking decisions and what we don't know about the second half of the year. If you look in the ICTP calendar, it's still listed as a physical activity or a hybrid activity. So I think we're open to that, of course. And as Thomas said, I think I'm going to repeat the same thing that I said last year. So I think we need to have a deadline where we decide, even in the most optimistic way, the way forward. And again, that was the case for last year as well. So that's all from my side, and I hope to meet you all in Trieste.
Thank you, Marco. And yes, indeed, we have all willingness to come to Trieste, even if it's just a kind of a smaller audience that we will meet there. But I think a smaller audience will give us the best opportunity to try out this new hybrid format. What I think will possibly be a format or will change conferences in the future as such, even when the pandemic is over. I think we all learned a lot in the past days how we interact and communicate with each other. I put it in the chat already to make this meeting a little bit less anonymous. I encourage everyone that is able to switch on the camera so that we can see each other. At least I enjoy that very much, to see faces instead of black windows. We have the team. Rainer is taking care of the waiting room and of all the technicalities. So if you have a technical issue, then please connect to Rainer. He's here called EuroDIG Secretariat as the host. And Elisabeth Schauermann, she's with us, and she will monitor the chat, will give you the floor, sum up what is being discussed in the chat while we are speaking. And she will also take notes. And I will be moderating, but I will try to speak not too much, because that's pretty much exhausting when you're moderating a meeting for a day. And we agreed with Thomas that we will concentrate on the most essential things to discuss the draft agenda. It's harder to do such a meeting all day online, compared to when we had a lunch break where we could continue a discussion about a potential theme or potential topic that was under discussion, and so on and so forth. So we might be even able to end that meeting earlier. I think that is in everyone's interest. So let's go through that through that content. I will share my screen now. I have prepared a little presentation. Can you see the screen? Good. So this nice picture is what we get when we can make it to Trieste. It's really a lovely place right on the Adriatic coast, at the Adriatic coast, and this little castle is just around where the guest houses are, and in between guest houses and the campus that will be ours when we are having the conference there. This is what we get when we can at a virtual meeting only. We have experiences from last year. We confirmed, and many others did so as well, it's possible. And in the worst case, we are going to switch to that fully virtual format, and our program will be and should be designed in a way that we can cover both a hybrid meeting as well as a virtual meeting. So for all those who are not familiar with EuroDIG, a short description on what EuroDIG is. I think it's notable that we've been created in 2008 already, and the Council of Europe at that time was a driving force. We had the first meeting in Strasbourg in the premises of the Council of Europe, and the year after, the Swiss government and EBU stepped in as the second host, and after 2009, EuroDIG became a tradition, and ever since we are going from one country in Europe to another one each year, and well, including cyberspace. A short overview on how EuroDIG functions. We are a Swiss association. We have all the governance body that every usual association, not only in Switzerland, has, with the board and with a general assembly and with members that can vote and so on and so forth. But basically, the most important part is basically the community, which is here on the right side. And the community is basically responsible for the program, for the development as EuroDIG as such. And we are supported by the institutional partners that I will show on the next slide. And the secretariat is basically Rainer, Elisabeth, myself, and sometimes we have help from people like Auke or Nadja. I see Auke is here, Nadja I haven't seen yet. Sorry if you are on another screen, Nadja.
Hi everyone, good to see you.
And so we are basically a very small secretariat that takes care of the association matters that you have to do on administration matters, but also takes care and supports the planning process that is in the hand of the community. These are our partners. If you can't catch up with them at this slide, you will get the slides later on also on the website, so don't worry about this. And for the second year, we are cooperating with our host, the Abdus Salam International Center for Theoretical Physics. And we are very, very thankful to Marco, Roberto, and the team to agree to host us another year. And we have to discuss what happens if we can't make it this year again, if we go in this combination for a third year. I wouldn't mind, because I really would like to get to Trieste at some point. So, but Marco, let's discuss that when we know which way to go. And they are supported by two scientific and academic organizations. One is the Scuola Internazionale Superiore di Studi Avanzi, SISA. Possibly my pronunciation was not good. And I think Alessandro Tavecico is here from the school. Nice to see you. And also the Department of Engineering and Architecture of the University of Trieste. I'm not sure if we have someone from this university here. If so, please speak up. And we are supported by the Ministry of Innovation and Digitalization. Last year, for instance, we had Minister Pisano speaking at our opening session, and we also hope that this will continue. So what can we expect to see? We have compared here the numbers from a physical meeting, the last one in The Hague in 2019, compared to the numbers of the virtual meeting last year. And I have to say, these numbers are based on the number of registrations. The number of real participants is differently, but the percentage is the same. These numbers are all in percent. So what we can see, the gender, there was no difference between a physical and the virtual meeting. As for the stakeholder groups, we could see an increase in governmental participation and a little bit of an increase in the private sector too, which is good. Regarding the country, usually we have a lot of participants from the host country. You could definitely see that for the Netherlands, we had 44% from the Netherlands. This was not the case for the virtual meeting. So that is telling us, if we go there as with a physical meeting, we will possibly reach more people from the local community than we would reach with a virtual meeting. But on the other hand, we had more participants from non-European countries and also a little bit more from Eastern Europe. I guess travel hampered them in the past to do so. And one number that was very interesting for me to learn, how many participants attended a EuroDIG before. And you could see that as well as for a physical, as for the virtual meeting, we had almost the same number of first-timers. And since one of the most important scopes of EuroDIG is to reach out to new communities and to involve new people, I think these are really good numbers. And we prove that we can also reach out to them by doing a physical meeting. And of course, we hope that this can be continued also this year. So our milestones, we had the call for issues from October till December. We got around 99 proposals, not around, basically exactly 99 proposals. Let's hope that's a lucky number. Subject matter experts were looking on the proposals in January and clustered them in the way how they did that, they will introduce in the next step. Today we have the planning meeting, and we hope by end of February we will have a consolidated program structure so that we can start in March calling for the old teams that are preparing the workshops and the sessions. And possibly in April, later than usual, we will open the registration, because by then we hope to have an indication to know which way to go, either for a hybrid meeting or for a virtual meeting. Hopefully in June, we will have, not hopefully, definitely in June, we will have the EuroDIG, and Elisabeth will explain a little bit about this later on. It's just to be decided if it will be a series of webinars as it was last year, or if we will have the days before EuroDIG a physical meeting with them. And then on the 28th to the 30th of June, we have the 3 days of EuroDIG. One is a day 0 and 2 days of usual conferences. Okay, the breakdown of submission. I said already we had 99 proposals. You can here see how they are distributed among the categories that we have. And you can see in this graphic how stakeholder groups were distributed. Basically, this is what we usually get. There was no significant change. A little bit more of private sector, which is good, and a little bit less of government submissions. By the country of residence, pretty good distributed. An increase that we got from Italy. I count that as a result that we had EuroDIG basically last year with Italian support, so that in the second year we could strengthen and increase Italian participation. That would be our aim. And we had also good input from Eastern European countries. Since 2 years, we are asking not only are you male or female, but we are asking are you male or female, or are you submitting on behalf of an organization? Because otherwise this number is not really telling if a male or female woman person is submitting on behalf of an organization. So I think these numbers are also clear. And here is our program planning process. In the first step, we call for issues, and differently than the IGF, we are not calling for session workshops or plenaries, but only for topics to be discussed. These are the 99 proposals that we received. Later on, subject matter experts, and we will introduce them in a minute, are looking at those proposals, and they form subtopics, subcategories. They see what can be put together, what is similar. We come up with a draft program, but today we will repeat what we did last year, that we not introduce a draft program, but we just introduce topics that we think could be discussed at EuroDIG, and we want to put that out to you, discuss how or which topics should be kept, what is missing, and so on and so forth. Last year it worked very well. We came, the meeting was, we had great remote participation, and there was a lot of input that we received before we came up with a draft program. And this year we are going to do this in exactly the same manner. After the draft program is out, we will put it out for comments again. That will be by, let's say, mid-February, so that we have until end of February for some last comments on the draft program. And by end of February, we will have the consolidated program outline on which we are then building the org teams and assigning focal points that go then into the planning of each session. Okay, I stop here and would like to hand over now to the subject matter experts to introduce their categories. I would suggest that we go, or subject matter experts are familiar with the matrix. I'm not sure how good you can see on your screen when I share the screen. Therefore, I would recommend you to go to our website and either use one of the links to the proposals. We have them on the wiki, but you can also download the Excel file. And in this Excel file, you will see basically what we are going to discuss later on and what subject matter experts will be explaining. And I would like to ask Olivier. Olivier, are you already in the shape of starting with the introduction of your category, or shall we start with someone else? I don't see Olivier on my screen, but I know he was there already. Olivier, are you there?
He is online, as I can see.
He is online, but possibly busy with other things. Okay, then Zorina, you would be the next. Would you be ready to start with your category?
Hi, Sandra. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I can go quickly through my short category.
That's good. Zorina, which one would you prefer? The matrix that we discussed on Monday, or the one that basically you put together?
No, the one from Monday, the final one.
Okay, good. Then I share that picture with all of you. Just give me a minute. Okay. Good. I enlarge it a little bit.
Yeah, we don't have much there anyway.
So Zorina was looking at the category development of the internet governance ecosystem. So Zorina, please let us know what you have been detected.
Thank you, Sandra, and once again, hello, everyone. Well, we got some 10 proposals under this category. To be honest, most of them really have nothing to do to an actual development of the IG ecosystem, but well, we got what we got. And while going through all the proposals, we also identified a few more from other categories, including the other category that would fit under this cluster. So in bringing all these things together, we came up with basically two main proposals for two potential sessions. One of them, we've titled it Governing Digital Interdependence and the Role of Europe. And here the proposal would be to discuss issues around sovereignty, tech competition, the challenges of a potential fragmentation of the internet and the related issues. Of course, the titles or names or whatever we call them are just indicative and things can be changed later on. So this would be the first main proposal for a session. The second, which is really not about the development of the IG ecosystem, but there were a few proposals under this category, is to discuss a bit in focus the new European Commission proposals for regulation of big tech mainly. So that would be a discussion on the Digital Services Act and on the Digital Markets Act, maybe starting with some sort of a presentation in case by that time someone is still not aware about what's happening, and then going into a discussion. And at the meeting we had with the other subject matter experts earlier, we were discussing about maybe this also being a good opportunity to attract members of the European Parliament, because they are the ones actually now focusing on these two proposed regulations. And these are the two main proposals for sessions under this category, again, a bit combined with proposals from other categories as well. And then we had some other proposals which we moved to some other potential sessions. I'm not sure, Sandra, if it was day 0, but if you can scroll a bit the list to the right. Yeah, thank you. A discussion on the roadmap for digital cooperation proposed last year by the UN Secretary General, to see a bit what's been happening there, and then linking it also with some other proposals around governance of internet issues, of the internet governance space. And then there is also the proposal for the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance to meet on day 0 if they would like to. And that's basically it from me. Not many proposals, but we think at least a few of them would make 2 interesting sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sorina. And before we go to the next category, I would like to give some space for everyone to ask questions to Sorina's clustering. We will look at all proposals all together later on and discuss it, but if you have some specific question on this category now, please raise your hand. And also, Elisabeth, let me know if something is in the chat that should be mentioned.
At this point, there are no entries to the chat regarding Sorina's input. However, there were some questions raised on newcomers and the retention rate of newcomers, but maybe this is another discussion for later on, maybe.
The retention rate on newcomers, that's a good question. We haven't measured that, but my gut feeling is like 20% stay with us, 10 to 20% from the community stay with us. Others are first and last timers, basically from the local community. But we always keep some people from each country and take them further. But that's just an estimation from my side, and it's not based on valid numbers.
Okay, we now have 2 entries in the chat. Michael Ogia asks, why is the Digital Services Act in this category instead of economy? And Alexander Isavnin asks, 2 sessions focused on EU, while internet governance development is mostly important to outside EU.
Michael, to your point, I already said, I think 2 times that some of the proposals submitted under this category were not exactly development of the IG ecosystem. And what you see there is just based on the initial submission. Of course, things can be, moved into other categories later on. But I think the category is really not that important. At the end, what matters is what you discussed. And on Alexander's point, it's actually not only EU. If you look at the proposed title for the first session, cluster, whatever you want to call it, we're talking about the role of Europe. So it's going beyond the EU countries only. And again, this is just an initial proposal. We're sure people who will be members of the organizing team will expand the discussion beyond the EU if the proposals were only about that. And I'm seeing more things in the chat I'll try to read. Giovanni is also commenting on DSA being very relevant for media and content. We can color it into the various colors of the various categories, Sandra, if that's relevant. Development of IG ecosystem, economic, media and content, and everything else related. And Vittorio is saying there is a separate cluster on competition in the digital economy, which is where the DMA could go, but perhaps a special DSA DMA session this year makes sense. It would be good to hear from others as well if you think we should keep this as a session on its own or combine it with something else. And indeed, media and content would necessarily involve discussion of the DSA. I'm seeing some comments about the NIS, the new NIS directive. My colleagues are going to talk about that a bit later on. It's also in the clustering of proposals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sorina. Don't yet start a discussion what to keep and what not to keep. We first need the holistic overview on what we have in our basket so far and what is missing. And also, please keep in mind that these categories are a vehicle for us to kind of handle all these proposals. Of course, there is a fluent line between the topics, and when we do the program, we will have influences from many categories. Don't see them as something that is a too strict structure that hampers us from thinking outside the box and only thinking within one category. Olivier, I see you are back now. Would you be ready to do yours? Okay, please go to that matrix that we discussed on Monday. I send you the
Thank you very much, Sandra. It's Olivier Crépin-Leblanc speaking. And sorry, I was faced with congestion, as in we happened to have 2 ears, 2 eyes, 2 hands, but only 1 mouth. And I was on another call, so I couldn't speak on both sides at the same time. Just to quickly go into the different topics that we had. There were, I think, if I remember, 17 submissions in this in the topic of access and literacy. Contrary to previous times, they were quite scattered between access and literacy, between advanced and specialized literacy, basic literacy, media literacy, lots of things on literacy, not that many things on access. That being said, a lot of submissions appear to have been made in the other category, other issues or cross-cutting. So I picked a number of them from there as well, and we ended up with some nice clustering, including some new, well, some interesting ideas. So the ones that have finally permeated and come together are, of course, I would say particularly geared towards the effects of COVID-19, a big difference from this year and last year, because last year we didn't know that much about things. Now we're able to look back at the effects of what's happened in the past year or so. And we're not mentioning COVID specifically, but certainly we're speaking about the new things that have happened, you know, the effects and so on, and new developments in those. And so starting first with doing everything online, that's one of the effects of COVID. Everybody's working from home. And a while ago, you know, with regards to children and some people, we were thinking of digital addiction as being maybe someone spending 2 or 3 or 4 hours online, and that was way too much already. And now suddenly we've got a different thing where we're asking the children to follow courses online in addition to their other activities that they do on Instagram, etc. And so there's definitely some paradigm shift as to what is too much, what is digital addiction. And that was the first thing, and quite a few topics touched on this. There's digital addiction, of course, but there's also, you know, the effects of us spending so much time in front of Zoom or all this. So that was one big cluster. The other one was to do with access to data. Before, COVID and when people used to work in company settings, you would be in a secure environment. And when you had to deal with sensitive data, you would, of course, share it in-house and wouldn't really share it outside. Of course, now with people working from home and international collaboration not happening by people meeting anymore, but having to share information globally, it felt, and you can see here the number of topics that have folded into this, number of proposals that folded into this, the whole side of access to this data, sharing of this data, keeping it secure, etc., has all come to light. And so this is one big cluster that appeared to be something we hadn't touched on before. And it's got a nice cross-cutting view in that it incorporates not just access and literacy, but obviously a number of the other topics, media and content, security, so many different aspects to this. And then recent studies on accessibility to educational content is something particularly interesting because the great majority of colleges around the world are now offering online courses for their students, colleges and schools. And that has really changed the way that we teach people, that we provide this course material to. That also includes some copyright issues because most of the course material is proprietary, has been proprietary, and now sharing it online makes it quite different. Because of course, the moment it's online, you can start copying it across and so on. So it introduces a whole number of questions and not many answers at this moment. But the great thing is that there have been some studies being made on this in the past few months. So hopefully there'll be a good debate around that. And then we spoke about universities, and one particular proposal stood out as something we hadn't looked at in the past. And it's something we often hear as in, oh yes, universities teach you all the theory, but then when people go into the world of work and integrate a company, they're completely unsuitable, they're completely unprepared for work. And of course, now it's very different because you're not in a university environment and then going to a company environment. Many people are doing their courses online university and then integrating a company online as well. And those competences that are needed now might be different from the competencies that they might have needed before. An interesting discussion here, and that will certainly bring it'd be interesting to hear from the corporate world as to how things have changed now for them. I think that's the only ones that we have there. If we go right now, I think that's all for the time being. Happy to answer questions.
So, Olivier, you said it already. Please raise your hand if you would like to react immediately on this category and on Olivier's clustering.
And whilst people think about raising their hand or not, I might say that there were a number of proposals that were very good, but unfortunately, they're topics that we'd already dealt with previously. And one of the things that we do at EuroDIG is to make sure that we don't have a program that is repeated year on year and people get bored of it and say, oh, we had the same discussion last year and going around in circles. So some of those topics were not picked up this year, either because it didn't appear as though there was any new discussion or something new about the topic, or because it might be worth waiting another year until more progress has been undertaken before picking up that topic again. So that's probably why, if you have, and I know some people might have submitted a topic and it doesn't appear to have been picked up there, then maybe next year it'll be a topic that'll be really good to look at, having had a two-year rollout between the previous session and this one. Thanks.
I see there is a discussion in the chat. Elisabeth, could you sum up, or if anyone wants to speak what was said in the chat already, please do so.
Yes, I mean, I can, there were some discussions still on the point of the Digital Services Act and such. I added those to the notes for later consideration. For the access cluster, there was one comment by Mark Cavell, who said that it would be good to talk about community networks and bridging connectivity gaps. So Olivier, if you want to get back to that.
Yeah, I had to look at this. Thank you about that. I had to look at that proposal. I read the paper as well. It certainly is a development, but the only thing is last year, if I recall correctly, we had a huge thing about community networks. And was it last year or 2 years ago? I think it was last year.
Last year, yes.
Huge thing on community networks. And, you know, the ISOC was included, everyone was included. So looking at where we are today, you know, of course, there is a huge problem with connectivity gaps worldwide. I wasn't convinced that there had been such a change between this year and last year, unless there's something I'm unaware of. But it might be worth looking at this as a flash session. I don't know whether there are slots for that, just to give, you know, one round update on this.
I would very much encourage our host, because I know that's your scope, basically, connectivity. And last year it was for a good reason in the program. I think you followed the discussion from last year the most, and you can possibly judge good enough if it would be worth to have a session. You don't have to answer that now. You can do if you want. But for the discussion later on, I really encourage the host, because it was always in our interest that also the host feels comfortable with the program. So to think about what or how could such a discussion continue this year so that it makes kind of sense with last year's discussion. Marco, would you like to speak now or later? Later. Okay, good. Fair enough. Elisabeth, was there anything else in the chat, or would someone like to speak?
There is just one comment by Gagana, who agrees with the approach to focus on less topics and go deeper in those.
Hi, this is Nicola from EBU. Is it a good moment to speak?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, I'm sort of new to the group, but I've taken over international and institutional relations recently at the EBU. And for that matter, we have not officially made any proposals in the system, but we have some ideas, and I was wondering whether there is still space to feed it in. And they would notably, of course, concern the media part. And there's one subject which we really would find very interesting and would certainly also be interesting for other stakeholders. And this is the idea of creating a public content sphere based on common values, the respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, and the rule of law and human rights. The idea is here to regroup online content offers, broadcasters, but also other content offers, media offers, or also maybe from museums or theaters and so on, who would then come together in a public sphere where people would be sure that certain rules are respected and a certain quality is maintained. So that we would find a very interesting subject to discuss. Then there's another one which is related to artificial intelligence. Very much the relevance of artificial intelligence for media and journalism and ethics. And one specific element here would be to include also AI and unconscious bias, which is a very important subject in the content of discussions around diversity and inclusion. And this is, of course, it's very relevant for media, but I suppose it's very relevant also for platforms, how they deal with algorithms and bias. And then the last one, which is a more general one, but that has probably already been taken care of, is platform policy and media freedom. And also the prominence of certain and findability of certain content, and how, I mean, platforms deal with this, with curation and moderation of content. So these would be my 3 proposals at this stage. Yeah.
Okay. I assume Elisabeth has briefly taken note of this, but how we can include these ideas we discuss later on when we have an overview what's already in the basket. I'm a little bit, I think now that you started already with media issues, I would jump the 2 following categories on our list and jump directly to Uriel if he's ready to speak. EuroDIG is taking care of the media and content category. EuroDIG, I have seen you a minute ago. Are you still here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Oh yeah, you're behind behind one of the windows.
Okay, thank you, Sandra. The media and content category, we didn't have too many proposals in this category this time. I think there were only 5, but there were others in other categories which were sort of transformed to media and content. I think that where we are now, the EuroDIG for years, we have been sort of pointing out the problems that are caused by the social media giants becoming more and more dominant and sort of shadowing the rest of the media field. And I think that where we are now is that we have come to a situation where more and more people are fed up with the present situation, that we see that the present situation with the social media giants' power is clearly unsustainable. And I think that things came to a head in the beginning of the year when Twitter and other SM platforms had to ban the incumbent president of the United States from using these tools. I think that sort of illustrated clearly the problem where we are, and that caused a tremendous outcry from from all over the world about the power of the platforms and so on and so forth. So I think that, as you see, I have proposed as a title for this sort of main session on media and content this time, European Media Landscape: Search for a Middle Way. A middle way means that there are more and more proposals actually around proposing something between the two extremes, which is the present free for all and the uninhibited power of the social media giants, and on the other hand, government regulation, which has been more and more coming up in the various in the discussions these last years. This idea of a middle way came actually from the EuroDIG Extra we had a few days ago, discussing discussing these problems, and this was a proposal or the idea of one of the participants, Vote the Natris. I don't know if he's present here, but anyway, so what I propose that we use this concept as a sort of framework here, and then talking about the proposals actually that have been made, they all are like, they all address bits and pieces of this main problem. There's one about grassroots media. There's one about terms of services of the platforms and the problems they cause, tools to implement the fight to hate speech and fake news, and there's also, we have quite a few proposals from Russia, and it's interesting that we now have an opportunity to look at this social media thing also from the from the perspective of repressive regimes. And of course, in these days in Russia, we see clearly that without the possibilities of social networks, we might have less information what is going on there. So there are a couple of other points here in this category, media literature and copyright, they have been perennial categories in EuroDIGs for years, and it's of course debatable whether we should have them every year. There are interesting points in the media literacy category here. For instance, there's one proposal about the compulsive compulsive consumption of content, which is quite interesting. So that and last point, Nicola, thank you very much for your proposals. I would like to, perhaps you could send an email to the list about them, and I would welcome them very much to this, to the media and content category. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yrjö. And as I recall our discussion among SMEs and the Secretariat, that the first proposal, European Media Landscape Search for a Middle Way, was also pretty much considering what Nicola mentioned already, with a European sphere, that we kind of create something alternative, which is trustable on one hand, but also kind of interactive. I think that goes in the direction, at least, that was covering one of the points you made, Nicola. Okay, so now I invite everyone to comment on Yrjö's intervention. I see there's a lot of discussion going on in the chat. I'm not able to follow the chat, but Elisabeth is. So Elisabeth, let us know if something should be mentioned or if someone would like to speak.
Yes, so to be very honest, while note-taking, it is also a bit challenging to follow the chat. So I would ask everyone who can speak up to do so and raise their hand. There was a couple of points raised by Elena Dodonova from the Council of Europe with more topics. Elena, if you could speak up on that yourself, then I don't have to read it out. And maybe make mistakes in framing your questions. And then Andrew Kempling made a point on copyright. Some in the tech industry regard blocking access to copyright protected material as censorship, effectively treating compliance with court orders, protection of the intellectual property of others as optional. Should this also be included, or could this also be included in the copyright session that is foreseen? And I see there's a raised hand by Giacomo. Maybe you could take the floor next, Giacomo. And Elena, if you can speak up. Or if you can't, I can read out your full comment.
Yes, thank you so much, Elizabeth. I was just checking the microphone, so I guess that should work. So indeed, we did not feed in the initial consultation, and we take this opportunity, the second meeting, to make some further input to the program. And from the Council of Europe, we would propose some topics for the media and content category, and I will provide some further input on other categories as well. So there was some discussion already today that everyone is fed up with problems and people really want to talk about solutions. So one of the perspectives that we could propose in this sense is really good practices of self and co-regulation, and the best practices, how that could be framed in legal and policy frameworks. Because in principle, what's happening in the content field, that there is a lot of activity which could actually qualify as co-regulation between states and private actors, but it's never acknowledged that this is exactly what's happening. So in many instances, when companies regulate under some pressure from governments or from some encouragement, which would normally qualify as co-regulation, we say it's self-regulation. And therefore, we err on acknowledging state responsibilities, we err on the distribution of responsibilities between private and public actors. So our proposal would be to look at what's really happening and what are the good solutions that already exist but are not acknowledged. So maybe that could make an interesting session. Secondly, of course, it's again hate speech, and the Council of Europe is currently working on a comprehensive tool, a recommendation that would look in detail how to deal with that type of content specifically, which everyone knows is not necessarily illegal and very differently defined in different jurisdictions. So we would propose coming back to that and looking also at the offline component and of the user education component. And lastly, and very importantly, media and communication governance as a correct angle to look at the shift that's happening in the media and information environment. So what should be the main principles in governing this, and how to address the shift in the media and information environment so that we could, well, let's say, create a space that would not be encouraging for information disorder, that would not lead to further development of public mistrust in democratic institutions. So those are the three that we would propose. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Elena. We took note of that, and we will come back to your proposal. Keep them in mind when we discuss the overall issues that are in the basket so far. Any other comments or questions to EuroDIG?
Maybe if I may, at the last comments from Elena, very interesting. And I'm following, of course, also the work of the Council of Europe in this respect. And the governance question is really very interesting, I find. And it would be a good link probably also to cover the media issues with regard to the discussion on DSA, and of course, so because that is the big question now, how to and whether to regulate platforms, and in this context, what do we do with media? I mean, this is a big question, and I think would be interesting to have a link here between the two discussions. Thank you.
Okay. So possibly you already sign up to organize a session jointly? Okay.
Sandra, could I just jump in?
No, please. Giacomo is waiting for a while already, so I would like to give him the floor first. And then it's your turn, Andrew. Giacomo, you are muted. We still can't hear you. Nothing? No? I see you are unmuted, but we can't hear you. Can you speak now?
Can you hear me now?
Now you are very, very faint.
Okay, I can raise the mic. Now it's better?
Slightly, but still very faint.
Okay, I will try to...
That's okay now. Now it's okay.
Okay, sorry. I think, you know, that is a long discussion we have on the way we have to shape our sessions. But I think that will be very useful, as has been suggested in the chat by many, to focus the chat on media this year on DSA and DMA proposal, because in June we will be right in the middle of the process, and I think that will be very effective if we can bring the EuroDIG voice, that is a place where multi-stakeholder opinion can be heard, into the debate. So I would not be shy, and I would put the feet in the plate, having a session on that. And second, I want to remember that I proposed a very specific workshop on EDMO, because we are talking about tools that has been created to fight disinformation, and EDMO is one of these tools has been created by the European Commission. So it would be, again, very useful if EuroDIG can put under the spot this reality and to see if it's working, if it doesn't work, how can be improved, and how this could be interacting with the community that EuroDIG try to represent. That's my contribution.
Giacomo, for my own understanding, what is EDMO?
Good. I think that this is exactly one of the reasons to talk about. ETMO is the small mouse that has been given birth by the high-level panel on to fight disinformation created by the European Commission and Commissioner, the Bulgarian Commission some years ago, and now has been created a few months ago, and it's in existence, and it is in charge of monitoring within the EU country the disinformation and propose how to tackle it. So the fact that you don't know, I think, is very significant. Even that the fact that the tools that have been produced are not yet relevant and not seen by the community as their own tools. And I think that this is important to create the link between these tools and the community. If not, it will remain another empty shell somewhere.
Okay.
If I can come in, I have taken note of the ETMO, and I think that fits perfectly in this approach of trying to see. Trying to look for solutions. So I have it here. And I think that it's a valuable thing to take up. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Then let's give the floor to the next, which is Andrew.
As it happens, I was also going to highlight the importance of handling or covering misinformation and trust. So I think from what Guapo just said, sort of largely echoing that as being an important topic in this space.
Thank you. So any other comments or questions to this category or to EuroDIG in particular?
There were comments in the chat, one by Mark Cavell regarding the session on the middle way, suggesting to include Article 19's Journalism Trust Initiative, give them space in there, and Wolfgang suggested to also invite the Facebook's new oversight board in this category. I don't know, Ilya, if you want to get back to those comments as well.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, thank you very much. I've noted this Wolfgang's and Mark Carwell's what they wrote in the chat. These are very much actually. These both came up in this EuroDIG Extra, and I think that these are also part of the approach. We try to find the middle way approach. So thank you very much.
Then Michael raised his hand a while ago. Is that the result?
No, I'm just going to type.
Okay. So then I don't see any other hands raised. We took note, in particular, EuroDIG, how to frame that all together, this input. Then I suggest we go to the category that we just jumped, which is human rights and data protection. Jörn Erbgut was again our subject matter expert. Jörn, I saw that you were in the. I see you. Here you are. So please take it.
Okay. We had a lot of proposals that are cross-category, and especially data protection is basically touching almost every other topic as well, and human rights, of course, does so too. So we were jumping between and putting everything into cross-cutting categories, or having a lot of topics in this human rights and data protection category. So the current status is that we have some specific topics, but we also have topics that refer to data protection and human rights. For example, of course, censorship and content regulation and trusted online identity. This has, of course, also human rights and data protection relevance, although it's not listed in the category. Regarding the category itself, we have identified, well, we had some proposals on new perspectives on data protection. One was going more into the direction of identities, which is in this other proposal. And one I think that's quite interesting is regarding AI, because AI is based on a lot of training data, and this training data often is not completely anonymized and might still be might still be retained in the trained system, or might be at least in part extracted from the trained system. So we had some discussion about new perspectives on data protection, also seeing that the current data protection regime is not always very effective in protecting data subjects. Then we had proposals that refer to the privacy impact of our lives shifting to online activities. So we do everything online, from online education to online payments to all kind of online virtual or online meetings, online video conferences. And of course, this has a lot of privacy impacts. Means that often there are companies involved that will handle metadata, will be able to extract metadata and analyze metadata. We do not have the alternatives ready that are completely privacy friendly, and there is a lot of discussion whether this should be done, well, whether we should accept compromises here, or and how far we should do that. Then we have the dynamic coalition on data and trust. There was one proposal. I had a little bit of trouble with creating safe digital spaces by eliminating online and gender-based violence. I had a little bit of trouble because this proposal, of course, refers to online harassment and hate speech. And it refers to an article that cites that there is 27 times more violence against women online than against men. And I've read some other reports that put out completely different figures. So I was curious how it can be that these numbers are so different. And I read the report that was cited, and in this report was the number 27 was there, but this was a quoted UN report. And I went to the quoted UN report, and the quoted UN report didn't mention this number 27. So we see a lot of misinformation in scientific literature on social bots, and also on this topic. And there are reports that it's kind of a replication of violence in general, that men are the dominant victims of violence in general, but of course there is specific violence against women, and this might also be the case in the online space, because there are reports that there's more violence against men. Some other reports that there's more violence against women, but there is no report that has reliable sources about this factor 27. So maybe there is a need for discussion on the factual basis of these assumptions, and I wouldn't put this in unverified, because we have a reputation of providing facts and not fiction. But of course, this is a topic that merits some discussion, because this discussion is out there, and we can map it and see what is real and what is fabricated.
Okay, Björn, thank you very much. Again, questions to Björn, comments on particular this category of human rights?
There was a comment by Andrew regarding that session. He said the trade-off between privacy and safety could be interesting to think of, and also maybe expand it to include child abuse or violence against children. Then Elena Dodonova has more suggestions on topics. Maybe you could, Elena, expand on those. And then, yeah, maybe, as I said, if you want to make a specific point, do it on your own account in the spoken form. I will, however, include all of your comments in the notes that I take.
But we should be sure that mentioning something here in the chat does not necessarily mean that this will go into the final program. We really have to discuss it later on. So please don't consider what you put in the chat will finally be considered. It will be considered when we discuss later on if it goes in the basket, yes or no. Just to make that clear, because I see there are lots of proposals coming into the chat. The chat should not be seen as an additional call for issues. The chat should be used for your communication, and we really cannot take all of the ideas that come and put them under our list. That wouldn't be fair to those who participated in the call for issues, and would also not be the right space to do here. I see Thomas has raised his hand. Thomas?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes.
First of all, a general remark as someone who has been involved in supporting EuroDIG since the very beginning in 2008. Something that I get aware of is that while in the early years we had like 4 or 5 baskets, one was like access, another one was security, another one was human rights, another one was economic issues, and things at least seem to be fairly separated and more or less work in these baskets. Then of course we realized that there are interdependencies, and we started to do things like security and openness to put like perceived opposite goals together in order to highlight the interdependencies. But now if we look at the proposals, the interdependence has grown, so it's become really difficult, and I hear this also from the statement of the subject matter experts, to basically put things into these categories, because in the end everything is connected to everything. And so we need to be, I don't have a solution, but I think we should be aware of this challenge and see what can we do with this. I'm not questioning these baskets, because somehow we need to structure the things, but maybe we should develop some new ideas on a meta level on how to deal with this fact that everything is now basically connected, or most of the things are connected to many other things. And this leads me to one particular question. For instance, I've been looking at proposal number 10, which is about personal data sovereignty or personal control over data self-determination, which touches a lot of things. It has of course some connotations to the more infrastructure-based, Gaia-X based discussions on data sovereignty for states. And then I don't find in the matrix of possible sessions, there's, for instance, I do not find proposal number 10 anywhere, neither on human rights nor anywhere else, but maybe I'm just not finding it. So I'm just highlighting the fact that we need to be aware of the limits of this clustering, and maybe try to look at things also from a little bit of a broader picture and see, okay, how can we put these things into sessions and on the different formats of the sessions, and in some point in time, in order to be able to, I know we will come to this later, we also have to have a look at the proposed program structure, because the number of sessions, whether we have plenaries, or the notion of plenaries where nothing else happens apart from maybe flash sessions, has a little bit disappeared. We have now the so-called big stage and some keynote addresses in the proposal. The rest is parallel workshops. So we also have to combine, or get a sense for how to combine the baskets or the clusters with the proposed format of the session and how this all works together, i.e. to say what is the number of workshops, what is the number of sessions that we have. So just to remind you of this, and I have to admit it at least to me personally, things don't get easier the more complex our world becomes. And I hope that together we'll find a way to somehow reflect all of this and turn this into a program that we all feel is reflecting all of this. And one final remark to the evergreen that turns up every year about whether or not to have less issues and then go deeper into the issues versus being inclusive on the issues. This is an unsolvable problem unless we decide to not deal with some issues here. We will probably end up with a broad range of issues like every year. And just there, I think this EuroDIG special sessions is actually a good way out to highlight some particular things that may not be dealt with in the necessary depth in the program. But then again, if we want to stick to the strength of EuroDIG in the sense that unlike other thematic conferences, we try to bring people together that are not, so that you do not just always have the specialists in one area. And this is, of course, the risk of virtual meetings, that people log in the sessions that they are interested in, but they log out when it's not the issues of their expertise. So we should also try and innovate around how to bring people together in ways that normally they don't get together. So just a few points that in the hope to guide you a little bit on what we try to achieve. So of course these are challenging issues, and as I say, they don't get easier, but yeah, also there, but let's try and be innovative and experiment with new things, because also the world forces us to be innovative and experiment. Thanks a lot for listening to me.
Well said, Thomas, indeed. By the way, proposal 10 is in the last line on the cluster trusted online identity, together with 3 others.
Okay, sorry, I didn't see that.
Don't worry, but I think we really have to go through all the categories, and Thomas is absolutely right, and I said it earlier on, these categories are only a vehicle to try to kind of manage these number of proposals, and also to make it kind of comparable to the other years. Of course, there will be a lot of overlaps and fluid lines between all these categories. So don't look at them too strictly, but let's see what else is to come. Jon, we have a lot of hand raised. First Jon, then Wout, and then Andrea.
Yeah, I wanted to mention this number 10, and it's one of the examples where I said we had a lot of issues that went into that were related to human rights or data protection, that went into the cross-cutting issues, because there is an increased overlap, and I completely agree with Thomas that we have this situation that it is very difficult. It became very difficult to distinguish those topics, so we moved them between categories, and the categories can less and less be used to really differentiate the topics. But as Thomas said, I don't have a solution for it, saying we should just change the categories and there are other categories that work better. This overlap is just how reality is structured right now.
Thanks, Jon. Next is Wout. Wout, we can't hear you. Nothing? We can't hear you. I see something is on your line, but there's no. Let's go to Andrea first, and Wout, we try your line later again.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
So it's rather, well, a comment, and also taking up from what Thomas mentioned and some discussion in the chat. and looking at the proposals. I would like to to go back to the the Digital Services Act, the DMA, the NIS2 directives. I mean, these are all cross, particularly the Digital Services Act. They are like cross issues, big paradigm shifting legislation. At least that's what the European Commission hopes to. And this is something that I will find a missed occasion for EuroDIG to do not chime in and to do not try to to be part of this discussion. I think if we look back, we did missed a bit the GDPR train within EuroDIG. We've been discussing privacy and security for many years, but we never had a dent or any impact on the GDPR coming through. So now I think we should learn from the past and take advantage of the fact that the Commission is part of that we know how the process goes from now on. So now we go into the co-regulation part of the European Union. The proposal from the Commission is on the table, and now goes to the Parliament, and then goes back to the member states, and then goes back to the Parliament, and there are consultations in the meantime. And we have all these contacts, and I really will ask us to look into that more strategically and looking at having a session on EuroDIG that takes in consideration also which are the steps for these processes, and then involve the MEPs. We know which are the names of the different rapporteurs, which are the committees there. We can invite them early on those sessions. We can work with the countries of presidency for the European Commission that will have to put these pieces of legislation on the table in the European Council. And this year is Portugal, with whom we have good contact. They hosted the EuroDIG in the past. The next one is Slovenia, which is next to the EuroDIG physical location, so we can already invite them. We can invite the cyber attaché, the person that is looking at those processes, and do not just criticize or look at them at the margins, but try to see how we can be putting our input into those processes. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. Wout, shall we try again? I see you logged in again. Wout, you have the floor if you would like. Wout, we can't hear you again. Then let's move to the next one, which is Marco from RIPE NCC. Marco, you changed. Is that the lockdown look?
Yeah, there is this thing that hairdressers are a big risk. So yes, apparently I need to grow my hair. Good morning, colleagues. Hey, no, yeah, I kind of like to echo what Andrea was just saying, and then I also see some flurry in the chat, and I think it was Wolfgang who originally floated the idea of like, yeah, let's look at the strategy behind it, because there's DSA, DMA, TGA, and there is something behind it, and they all interact with each other. I fully agree. It's no point in not putting it on the agenda, given this is EuroDIG and this is coming. But yeah, I want to echo Andrea's sentiment, and if we do so, we have to make sure that it's a balanced session, that everybody is there, and that we actually have a constructive dialogue, because I fear that if we simply have a DSA session, that it will quickly, we run the risk that it will quickly run into a session on everything that is bad with the DSA. And I think in that sense, we should safeguard that all stakeholders are there and that we have a balanced discussion. But I like the idea to cluster them and sort of try to actually look at what lies behind it all. Rather than simply look at legislative texts and provide a lot of feedback. Because, as I mentioned in the chat, I'm not sure how far that there's still chance for us to leave feedback at that stage in the legislative process. So let's take a bit of I like Wolfgang's idea to take a bit of a high level bird's view, also because EuroDIG, of course, is bigger than just the EU. So what's the plan here? What's the bigger impact on the ecosystem? Thank you.
I just get this idea while I'm reading the chat and listening to what Andrea and Marco just said. Possibly the DSA and the DMA is a topic for a EuroDIG Extra, where we can invite the Commission to give us a presentation where they are, and possibly can give some feedback before June and not wait until June, and in June just reconvene again. That's just an idea I throw out here, something to think about.
Sandra, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Wout, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. We're struggling here with two other people being online downstairs, so it's a bit hard here to get the connection sometimes. Thank you. But I would like to respond to Thomas and just share some ideas without probably have shared before in the past. But when we're talking about attracting different sort of participants to sessions, because usually everybody has their hobby horse, as I always call them, and that's the session you're interested in. But if you want to bring them together, you need to offer something different. And I've experimented with that within the IGF. And as you know, probably I've held sessions there wherein all sort of different stakeholders were brought together, being asked a few very specific questions to work on together. And the result is either through breakout sessions or through a general session that you get all these different views that could lead to some sort of a tangible outcome.
I fear we lost Wout again. Tanja, you are next.
Hello, hi, and hello, good to see you all. So just picking up on what Andrea said and what Marcus said, I think that there are a few issues into this. Well, first of all, whether this idea of engagement is more about mobilizing the stakeholders and raising their awareness and collecting their feedback and explaining them the mechanisms. And I believe that then again, there is a timeline for these consultations. So perhaps doing something even before EuroDIG would make sense. But secondly, about EuroDIG itself as an event, personally, I see this European regulation is too big of a pack to be tackled fully in one session. And for example, during our SME meeting, during our discussion, I proposed to make an additional session on NIS2 directive, which is very different in its impact and its goal from, let's say, Digital Services Act or Digital Market Act. So perhaps for what's it worth, it would be good to get these sessions, discuss different parts of regulation and different implications, and then collect this impact and discuss them together, like main messages, main steps, because putting everything into one session just looks unbearable to me, and I'm aware about each piece of this regulation. So perhaps tackle them a bit separately and then put one session as a cross-cutting issue where all the input will flow from those. Just as an idea, because otherwise this session would be about everything and about nothing. So issues related to the content of this regulation and impact tackle in additional sessions, but then get back together and do what Andrea said, how European community can be more aware and provide more input. But then again, there is also an issue. European Union is not Europe, but each of these particular pieces of regulation is going to have cross-border and extraterritorial impact. So we have a good ground to stand here, because this one will surely be not only for European Union, it will spill over everywhere. So yeah, thank you, my 2 cents.
Mm-hmm. Very good point, Tanja. And you possibly all see that we have the DSA and the DMA already covered in what we propose. At the moment, it's covered under workshops, but I tend to agree with Tanja that it's such a broad issue that this will be tackled in many of the other sessions too, and not only in one session. we have to see how we deal with it in the program when we look at the proposed program structure. Now I have a last hand raise, which is Chris. Chris, nice to see you.
Hello, sorry I had to join a bit late, but and I will only take the floor very briefly because I think Tanya really said most of what I wanted to say. I think the key things that I would want to sort of emphasize, we know that Europe is not just the EU, we know that EuroDIG is not just EU focused, but I think with that in mind, we still have to acknowledge that the package of EU proposed regulation that is coming through is probably one of the most, if not the most significant internet governance issue that we're seeing here. So I think we shouldn't shy away from having several sessions, workshops focused on specific proposals, and a main session that sort of looks at the environment that has produced this proliferation of proposals and what that means. So I think that would be quite useful. And just to reiterate, I think also what I said in the chat, we need to, if we do have a serious thought of we want EuroDIG to have some impact in these processes, we need to look at what the timelines are. What we're not sort of, this is not something where we can just put our thoughts out into the universe and hope that that gets picked up. We need a bit more strategic awareness of the timelines and how impact can actually be had, if that's what we're looking for, and if that's what workshop organizers are looking for.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Elisabeth, is there something in the chat that should be mentioned before we move on?
Nothing that I have seen that is going into a completely different direction than what has been already said. If you see that differently, please raise a hand or correct me in the chat.
I would suggest we stop this discussion at the moment, because this is already too much of what we would like to do in the second part when looking on the entire baskets. Let's go to the next category, which is innovation and economic issues. We have a new subject matter expert for this, which is Ross Kehlmann. Was probably spelled your name wrongly. Good to see you. Please introduce what you have detected in your basket.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sandra. Ross Kehlmann, that's how we say my name.
Okay.
So hi, everybody. My name is Ross. I work at Etno, which represents the telcos in Europe. I've worked with now quite a few of you last year on the 5G session, which was one of the plenaries in EuroDIG 2020. Looking at the input we received, there were very many topics came up. It was very diverse and very interesting. Nevertheless, there were some common threads. I would point out, I suppose, 4 big and common threads that we noticed. The first one was an interest to continue on from last year and discuss 5G. Now, last year the discussion on 5G was on the threats and opportunities of 5G. This year, we felt that not only the proposals, but also the direction of the debate, the continuation of that debate, should perhaps consider the user angle and implementation, rather than being on a theoretical plane, actually discuss 5G in reality and how that is seen from the users of 5G. So that was one, and we've put that as a workshop here, 5G user perspective and implementation. That's what we would propose. The other one of the other biggest issues that came up, and I mean, we've now already been discussing it all morning here and there, is in fact competition. Competition in the digital ecosystem, not just in Europe, but beyond. Of course, this is EuroDIG, so we'll focus on the debate in Europe, in the EU and beyond. And I think this is one place that certainly the discussion on the DMA find its home as well. But I think it's also useful to have to bear in mind the global perspective. These debates are happening not just in Europe, but also in the United States. What does the impact of the competition landscape have on businesses in Europe and on SMEs in particular? And indeed, what would the impact, positive or negative, of future regulation be for business and SMEs? The other parts, which were I suppose the big buckets of proposals here, actually we've grouped them into different places. One important one which came up was sustainability. And this actually was something that is interesting to us as Ethno. We were very pleased to see that a number of proposals came in on this issue. This is something that is now also high on the agenda of the IGF, as we saw last year. And so we're going to actually propose to put sustainability discussions elsewhere under the other category, because it very much is transversal, touches lots of elements, not just economic. So that's one important thing. And finally, one which I can't swear to this, but to my recollection, it was one of the most popular, was the impact of COVID, be that on business, education, many different walks of life. Following on from last year, when there was a plenary on essentially the impact of COVID or socially responsible data uses in the context of the pandemic, we felt that this is still a very important issue. Again, it's transversal and touches on many of the themes, but we decided, I think, to move it elsewhere. Also, in the understanding that I think in the majority of these discussions, the impact of COVID will certainly be discussed as a shock to the internet space. So that's in a nutshell the main proposals. One last point is that we received a lot of rather specific proposals. For example, fintech, quantum computing, digital IDs, I think was another one. What we've done is we've moved these into different places, either grouping them with existing workshops and other proposals, or moving them. For example, the quantum technology, we brought that into the technical and operational issues. There were already a number of other proposals there. And finally, we've got a session here as a standalone on fintech, sort of covering the innovation side of things. So I hope that's clear what we've done. And I mean, to those of you who are in the call that actually sent in proposals, thank you. They were of an excellent standard and touched on a lot of very interesting debates. So I think it's a question, Tom.
Thank you very much, Ross. I see one hand is already raised. Miguel Perez-Subias. Miguel, welcome to this meeting.
Yeah, good morning to everybody. It's just to suggest to include a workshop or something similar in this track in order to try to explain to how to make money with the personal data, because the European Union is trying to define a new strategy in order to have a single digital data space with new rules, with the Digital Governance Act. Then there is an opportunity for new startups, for new companies, in order to do money with a user-centric way. Then there is an opportunity to try to explain what are the differences within the European strategy from other strategies like the platforms or the other ways to make money about the protection of the personal data. Then it's a good opportunity to do that in this EuroDIG, is my suggestion. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Elisabeth, anything that should be mentioned from the chat?
There were some comments on the chat. I will just briefly point to them, and if you want to further discuss them, please take the floor. There was one comment by Elena on the 5G discussion. She said that it's important to look at privacy concerns, and then Marco followed up with a question regarding if 5G is different in terms of privacy, so this could be something to look into. Then Michael pointed out that the sustainability focus is also, there's also a new intersessional work stream at EuroDIG that focuses on that specifically. And that then Andre made a comment pointing out that quantum should be talked about, and then there were some follow-up comments by Roberto and Marco what the framing on quantum computing could be.
Okay. There's a lot of issues to come in the category. I can scroll down a little bit further down in the category others. You see this is pretty full, so we will come to this in a while. Any other questions to Ross or comments on economical and innovation issues? Okay, this is not the case. Then let's move on to security and crime. And here we have Tanya again. Tanya, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you again. About security and crime. What happened this year was not really surprising for me, because I do understand that we are all tired of online events. But the proposals submitted in the security and crime category were either too broad or related to something that we have already discussed at EuroDIG in the last couple of years. Or they were belonging to other category. For example, I moved some proposals to human rights and data protection, or some of them belong to the track which we always have at EuroDIG, child protection issue. However, this is not exactly a cybersecurity issue, how we treat and consider it. Looking at these proposals, I must admit I was quite sad, because none of them warranted cybersecurity session at EuroDIG as cybersecurity session. However, I also did realize that the call for proposal ended before European Commission came up with this big Christmas present for all of us, with a package for new regulation, which also contained new European cybersecurity strategy and the NIS2 directive proposal, the revision of the current NIS directive. And these two will have huge impact. And as I said, there would be a cross-border spillover for regulation, because there is, again, already an extraterritoriality effect in there, in what has been proposed. In addition to this, I looked at this from another angle, from the angle that technical community, not only business, not only civil society, but especially technical community, has been discussing the impact of this regulation on functioning of the internet, on the functioning of the technical layer. And I thought, and I did it already, I thought that I would propose to organize the session perhaps together with the track technical and operational issues, where we all, together with technical community, as perhaps somebody who is taking leading role like ICANN, RIPE, NCC, and others. These are the only who came to my mind, but there are many more, to discuss the impact of these cybersecurity proposals on the internet, like on the technical layer. So I brought this idea forward, and I do hope that it will gain some support, because honestly, although we didn't get really sort of valid proposals to organize a session at the EuroDIG on cybersecurity, but ignoring these new pieces of legislation at EuroDIG would be unthinkable for us. So this was quite short, because basically it's not that much I have to work with, but this is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. And you mentioned a very important point. The call for issues is one source that we get proposals of. Of course, we have the subject matter expert exactly for this reason, to hint us to missing issues. And I know there are lots of experts on this call as well that are not in the subject matter expert group, but this is exactly why we do this meeting, in order to detect what is missing and what was not submitted via the call for issues. You see, we have one session proposed, the new European proposal on the NIS directive and security agenda. Are there any questions to Tanya? I see there is a lot of discussion in the chat. Elisabeth, is something you would like to sum up?
Most of the discussion in the chat is still revolving around quantum. So maybe this can be discussed when we talk about the technical and operational issues. I haven't seen anything that directly goes back to Tanya.
Okay. Andrew, you have raised your hand. You have the floor, please.
Thank you. I mean, it maybe doesn't matter since they're listed anyway, but if I, since it's on the screen at the moment, if I scan down to other and the workshops that were listed there, I mean, things like encryption and censorship and content regulation and possibly even trusted online identity could just as easily be part of a sort of a track on security and crime. As I say, definitionally, I don't think it matters too much, and we'll maybe have the discussion in a minute or two. But I was just surprised. You could argue where they sit, but given this looked a bit thin in terms of content, just wanted to highlight there's some other stuff which you could argue could easily fit in that general category, depending on how tightly you want to define it. But that was it.
Tanya, you seem to want
Absolutely. I agree with Andrew. So a few questions here, although a few issues. So censorship and content regulation at EuroDIG, and I wish it wasn't the security issue, but they usually went either to media and content or to human rights. Encryption, we had quite a few debates at EuroDIG, and indeed I looked at encryption and I saw it in other. And we did have some encryption discussion, for example, in the last EuroDIG session on cybercrime. I would absolutely love to have encryption in security. Most of the time, it would probably, according to EuroDIG, separation of cause of issue will probably go to human rights. I mean, just for the purpose, of setting debate. Like what kind of narrative we're setting here, from the point of security, or encryption from the point of security and human rights and privacy of communications and so on and so forth. I do understand that there have been some developments on encryption and backdoor proposals, but this is like a circling debate that goes on and on and on, and from time to time we have governments again coming up with proposals. I do believe that European Commission might have made some steps to quite dangerous developments to hamper encryption, but yeah, this would warrant another discussion. But if you want to move encryption to security sessions, I would very much support it. Thank you, Andrew. I indeed see there is a strong security angle here.
Okay, this is already a step ahead. So let's, if there are no other questions or comments, then let's move to the category technical and operational issues. It was mentioned many times already. It's Paulina from Center who was responsible for that one. Paulina, please, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Sandra. I hope you hear me okay.
Absolutely.
Great. So actually in presenting this track, I would also rely a little bit on the help of Sandra and Secretariat in connection to the parliamentarian track. But first of all, I would just want to also highlight a few thoughts of mine about this category and to reflect on also potential discussions that we already had today. So first of all, just to also give you a little bit of stats on the track and the proposals within the area of technical and operational issues. We had 11 proposals that were submitted and flagged as technical. However, of course, again, as other SMEs, there were many cross-cutting issues, and a few ones were actually more relevant for my other colleagues in SMEs, in media and content and human rights tracks. And yes, and vice versa in the category that was flagged as other was also interesting for tech. So as you could see also from on your screens that there were quite a few proposals around quantum technology. So again, it's about quantum internet, the role of Europe, quantum computing, and also quantum cryptography. So you could see that from the community there is a wide interest in discussing numerous issues, including legal framework. So I think, it only warrants a definite workshop at least on this. So and we clustered this all at the moment together. And it will be also a nice follow-up to last year's Day Zero session on quantum. And so I think with many excellent focal points already amongst us, this could be something that we could consider. And I see that there's been also some discussion in the chat about that. So all those ideas are very much welcome for this one, which is already included here as its own potential session. And then there were, of course, another few, let's say, regular proposals in regards of the tensions between standardization and public policy making. So both in connection to, as a follow-up to last year discussions, and also I think this is why they warranted a separate parliamentarian track, as suggested by Secretariat here, because I was thinking that it would be good to focus a little bit maybe and take a little bit of a step back and look at the issue from a high level, and also in order to bridge the gap with other stakeholders and include policymakers within the debate, because one of our conclusions from last year was that this really needs to be a multi-stakeholder discussion including with policymakers, and not only amongst technologists and people who participate in standardization development bodies. So so in this way, that's why we clustered even further the proposals with regards the tensions between standards proposed within the purely technical fora, but also this some new developments within ITU space, and then also the educational track on trying to explain what are these new developments within standards and how they can impact the public policy. So I guess, I would probably ask Sandra to clarify a little bit the thinking there, but I think this could be a nice opportunity to bridge the gaps, break the silos, and even though it's a technical track and is based on technical discussions, that we could make it a bit more accessible to also other stakeholder groups. And finally, yes, the universal acceptance decided to move the topic also to Day Zero, and to allow the dynamic coalition to meet and discuss issues if they would like to. It was also one of the proposals within my area, but I think it would fit nicely with other dynamic coalitions and their meeting space. So that's it from my side.
Okay, thank you, Paulina. And to catch up from what you started regarding the parliamentarian track, it's at the moment in this matrix in order to be aware that we would like to do something about it. And we have proposals on Internet 101 every year, but we could also discover in the past that in the first years, those sessions have been greatly attended, in particular also by young people, but also from governmental representatives. And then it happened that more and more these sessions were not attended anymore. And it could be an idea to dedicate an Internet 101 in particular to legislators. That was one idea that we just threw out for this stage, in order to then enter into a discussion about standardization and legislation as it was started at the IGF in Berlin in 2019. Of course, we hope that if we get parliamentarians participating in EuroDIG, that they will also be participating in many of the other sessions. But we would dedicate a track and a particular session for them so that they really feel more invited, because in the past saying, could you please participate in our discussion was not good enough. This didn't really attract them. You have to do something that is called parliamentarian track or for legislators, so that they really know they have to come. And I think then it's more easier to convince them to stay and participate in all the other discussions too. And that's why I thought the technical people and these proposals that are summarized here came all from the technical community, that institutions like RIPE NCC, like ICANN, and also Center that have also the resources to give educational or that do knowledge transfer, because you have tutors and trainers in your companies. It would be good to involve them and really dedicate something that is in particular important for parliamentarians, possibly not starting where the internet was invented, but at some other point that is in particular relevant for them. This was the idea behind the parliamentarian track. But of course, we can also detect a topic that is much broader, where we say, this is the topic we would like to discuss in particular with the legislators. DSA, DMA could be something. I will wait for your proposals later on. But one thing I would like to take up that I have seen here in the chat is from Alexandra Iswanin. And Alexandra, I know you are, I would call you a EuroDIG veteran already. You say that the argument, we discussed it for the few last EuroDIGs, is not a valid argument for dismissing a session, because there are a lot of newcomers who might not be aware of previous discussion by the usual suspects. You're mentioning and you're touching a really good point. Basically, it happens that on meetings like this, where we decide the agenda, we have the usual suspects. We have those who participate in EuroDIG quite frequently. On the event itself, instead, and I presented it in my presentation at the beginning, the majorities are newcomers. Believe it or not, numbers are, if people put in the real data in the registration form, then the majority are newcomers. So I think, Alexander, you have a very valid point that we say we cannot take everything out that we had discussed previously. We have to discuss it again, at least to some extent, in order to bring also new people up to speed, so that they don't feel overwhelmed and excluded in a way that we say, oh, this was a topic last year already, you have not been there, so basically it's your fault that you can't catch up. We should keep that in mind, that numbers are telling us the majority of EuroDIG people, even with a virtual meeting, were first-timers. Unless everyone didn't pay attention to fill the form, which I don't think. I think people filled in the registration form with some carefully. Okay, quantum technology, this is in this category, and I have seen that it's on the agenda since last year. It was a Day Zero event last year, because it was brought in by our host. And I saw further up in the chat that Marcos Senaro, our host, is even proposing to put that topic high on the agenda, possibly do a plenary on that. Not for discussion and for decision now, but let's keep it in mind that we are in an environment, in the scientific environment, where this topic, next to access, is for particular interest for the local community in Trieste and in ICTP in particular. Okay, would like to ask Elisabeth or everyone else if you would like to raise questions or comments to Paulina directly.
I don't know if those who were discussing different aspects of the quantum question before would like to speak up now. Other than that, I have seen mostly comments on the question of how to repeat or not repeat sessions, and then Olivier has his hand raised, so maybe Olivier, you want to take the...
Okay, I think Paulina will answer immediately on something. Paulina?
Yes, I just wanted to, yes, I was just also wanted to highlight a few more points that I forgot during my intervention. That, of course, we already discussed the fact that the technical community is also definitely interested in some of the sessions that are currently in other categories. So again, I would like to reiterate, fully support Tanya's suggestion to have a joint session with security and crime on NIS2. And yes, and on encryption, potentially we could also team up. So I think this could be also something interesting for technical community. And the trusted online identities is also an emerging issue. And yeah, this is also currently in other category. But yeah, tech could also be potentially interested in taking this one, or at least participating in some form. So yeah, and for quantum stuff, again, every comment that was received in the chat will be well received, and I'll be taking notes of this as well. So yeah, I think quantum deserves a little bit more attention this year than last year. That's it.
Okay, thanks, Paulina. Olivier, you have raised your hand.
Yeah, thanks very much, Sandra. I hope you can hear me. I'm on a slightly different line. It's Olivier speaking, just answering Alexander's point. You know, the meeting we have today is exactly in order to show flexibility on issues. And the rule that is there regarding not repeating topics that were dealt with in the previous year. I mean, this came up because of fierce criticism that EuroDIG faced in some past years. We're talking about more than 10 years of experience now of running EuroDIGs and having some sessions that resembled the previous year's session so much, right down to the argument that it ended up with, and maybe the points being made. And so it's really there to try and avoid this rehashing of the same issue, finding the same answers. And yes, sometimes we will be going for the same topic, but it really needs to be at that point then focused in a different direction, or focusing on the big advancements or changes that have happened since the previous year, trying to avoid this rehashing of the same issues. But as I said, because we have this meeting today, that's when to discuss these things, and I certainly am happy to show flexibility. I think that we have shown. I'm not speaking for my colleagues, but everyone has to show flexibility on these things. And hopefully, what we want is to have a really exciting program at the end of the day, and something that will bring more people into EuroDIG, but that will also keep those people that have been in past EuroDIGs coming back again and again. Thanks.
Thanks, Olivier, that you elaborated on this really important point. We should really find a good balance, and that's not easy to find this good balance. Anyone else who would like to speak in particular on this category, Paulina, technical and operational issues? I know we have some technical people in the call. Okay, if this is not the case, then just let's look jointly at what we called other, and other is not only right, it's more or less cross-cutting. And here we start with a very important topic, green IG and sustainability. It's in particular important because we have also agreed at the end of last year that on this topic we will introduce an intersessional work. And also the IGF this year is introducing a policy network where the Swiss government, to my knowledge, is involved. Maybe Livia could elaborate on this initiative a little bit more. And so I think it was a very good session last year. It was extremely well organized. We had the biggest number of people totally out of the box that were never in the internet governance community represented so far. Minda, I think she joined a minute ago, and also Michael Ocha were the driving forces in terms of organizing the session. And since this topic is also very high on the agenda of the Commission, just to mention the Green Deal from Ursula von der Leyen, and in the scope of the IGF2, we thought this must be also very high on the agenda for this year. A lot of proposals went into that direction, but I assume a lot of input will also come during the intersessional work and jointly, or that is connected to the IGF. I would invite those people that I just mentioned, Michael, Minda, Livia, to speak up, possibly Livia to explain a little bit more the policy network on environment and digital things. Livia, are you ready to speak? I see you are active in the chat. Okay, but possibly not ready to speak. Michael, Minda, would you like to elaborate on this a little bit more?
Well, first of all, can you hear me, or should I switch to my other headphones?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Sometimes I have problems with these Bluetooth headphones. So honestly, everyone, there's not too much to say on my side. Minda, of course, was the focal point last year, and she did such a great job with organizing it. So I don't know if she's here and she would like to speak, but if she would, I'd be happy to give the floor over to her. But I don't want to leave this within this space just kind of sitting there with no comment. And the fact is, many of you were in the fourth plenary session last year. You saw how much conversation and discussion was generated by that. And many of you were part of that. I'm just eternally grateful for that. Of basically helping to push this topic on the agenda. It's so important, and it's becoming even more relevant year after year. And so something to say is that where we left it last year, we just had 1 hour to speak about everything. And there was so much that we needed to follow up on. There were so many unanswered questions. There was so much overlap to address more. And so some of the things that, well, I mean, we haven't spoken too much about it, because I think that really I support the idea of it being a bit more bottom up. And there is no, I mean, we have kept the list very active. And Minda, if you're here, I really encourage you to come on and fill in many of the gaps. I'm trying to see. Yes, she is here. So Minda, please, I invite you to come and fill in some of the gaps, especially of what was discussed that we really do need to follow up on, and in your opinion as well. For me, it was very much, how do we situate internet governance, or rather our community, within the wider framework of the policies that are coming out of the EU. And of course, it's not, as we discussed, it's not just the EU. It is a significant regulatory factor, though, going forward with this topic, that will also be influencing, undoubtedly, some of the neighborhood countries' policy as well. At least we hope, because. But aside from that, Minda, please, I don't want to speak too much. It was really, you have been so incredible about this, so I think you should come on.
Linda, I pass the floor to you if you would like to speak.
Hi, hello, sorry, I was a little bit busy at the moment, so that's why I was not jumping in right now, and I got the conversation right in the middle. But yes, regarding the plenary meeting last year, I think, as Michael said, so many points we could not touch upon because we just didn't have enough time. So I thought that would be so important to have this follow-up meeting and possibly not just going back to what we have discussed, but see what changed from last year and what achievements were made after the meeting that we had at European level and beyond, because then we had also the IGF, where many of the issues were dealt as well at a worldwide level. So I think if you could move on these points, and I think Livia has been very have been great with all the contributions at European level. So if she would jump in as well, would be great. But I think there's a lot more to of input to give this here on this conversation on this topic. It's a very new topic on the agenda, so I think really we should move on the positive sides as well, because last year we tackled a lot of the problems, but now we might have a lot of positive input that came throughout World 2020 and the European Green Deal. So I think a lot needs to be discussed around these.
Okay, and I would just like to underline that this is possibly the best or one of the most linkages to the global IGF this year. And I see now Livia is ready to speak possibly about this initiative that was initiated by the Swiss government towards, I think, as a contribution to the IGF, isn't it, Livia?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Well, we can hear you well.
Great. And sorry, I'm working in parallel on other things as well, so that's why I'm jumping in just now. But great to see you all, and great to have this planning meeting for EuroDIG. Exactly to the environment topic. Perhaps I can briefly say something on the policy network on environment that you, Sandra, you mentioned. This is a new initiative within the IGF, and from the Swiss government side, we are providing the seed funding. So we are actually not leading it at all, but it's really that we are giving the seed funds. And the idea is really kind of to build on the really good work, intersessional work of the IGF, the best practice forums and the dynamic coalitions, and actually further enhance the intersessional work of the IGF, going from best practices also to recommendations. And this is also really much in the sense of the UNSG's roadmap on digital cooperation, to kind of evolve the IGF into an IGF plus and make it more also politically relevant. And I think the topic, or like the interlinkages between environment and digitization, that's really a hot topic, and I think the IGF can really make a good contribution in this regard. And that's why we, from the Swiss side, we support this initiative and provide the funding. And it's really, at the moment, it's just being launched, this network. Before in the chat, I posted the link. And there is an open mailing list. You can all sign up to this mailing list. I think some have already done, Michael and others, which is great. And of course, I think it's a great opportunity also for EuroDIG, because also within EuroDIG, there is this new intersessional work on greening the ICTs. And I'm absolutely convinced that actually this intersessional work of EuroDIG should kind of being fed into this work of the IGF policy network as well. Yeah, I think that's about this initiative. If you have any more questions, I'm happy also to answer it. And I just would also like to support what Michael and Minda said before. I think it would be great and really important to have like a follow-up session at this year's EuroDIG to the one that we had last year. For me personally, it was still one of the most inspiring sessions, and there was not enough time to discuss all the things that we wanted. So I would also support what Minda said, to focus on the positive sides, because we shouldn't forget about the negative effects of digital technologies on the environment, but there is also a lot of opportunities. And I think it would be great to have this at this year's EuroDIG discussed. And as also you, Sandra, said, it's a great opportunity to link this towards the global IGF. Yeah, I think I'll leave it here for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Livia. Okay, I think we have full agreement on this topic. Let's go further the list in other and cross-cutting. Encryption was mentioned already, and I remember Tanya said she would like to combine that with security aspects. Quite a lot of proposals went in there. They were mostly submitted under the category others. That's why they ended up in this category, but I think we will find linkages to the other sessions too. Then we have trusted online identity and personal information management. Was it PMS, right? This proposal has quite a lot of input from the human rights category. Jörn, if you would like to say something on this, just let me know. If not, that's also okay. I'm just asking you.
Sure, Sandra. So I think we have different activities on the European level. We have the EBSI, we have the ASIF framework. EBSI is the European Blockchain Service Infrastructure. ASIF is the European Self-Sovereign Identity Framework. We have different countries introducing identity. For example, Germany is introducing classical centralized identity mandatory with new laws. So we have a lot of discussion about how identity management should be done or is done, and whether it is privacy friendly or rather privacy invasive way to doing it. So I think it's a central point. It's not a completely new topic, but it is becoming very relevant because there are advancements on different levels, and it is really up to the decision whether politics will now decide to use a privacy-friendly way of introducing electronic identity that is really being used, or whether they are reverting to the old way of a centralized identity that will serve as a cornerstone on collecting people's data. So I think this is a very interesting and up to the point proposal.
Okay, thank you. I see Vittorio has a question or comment. Vittorio, please go ahead.
Yes, actually my comment was on the encryption cluster and also on the following one on the censorship and content regulation, because, well, I took a look at the proposals since I was actually the author of one of the encryption ones. And in the end, these two clusters seem to speak about the same thing. I mean, apart from there is one proposal about quantum technology. I think we could just remove it and leave it in the quantum cluster. But all the others, both in the encryption and in the censorship and content regulation part, are basically about content filters and the use of, I mean, the encryption part is about the encryption breaking, content control and lawful interception and so on. And the content regulation part, which I would have expected to be about the DSA. In fact, it doesn't mention the DSA. Most of the proposals are actually proposals from Russia, speaking about content blocks at the network level, which is the same thing, just seen at the rights level and not at the technology level. So I think that maybe even the two clusters could go together, and we could have, I mean, maybe you could separate it, as it was suggested, the encryption and security discussion, which is not a rights-related one, so that could be going to the security track. But then you could have something else in the rights or in the media track about in the relationship between encryption and content control. And I do think that it's not the same old discussion again, because things have been happening this year. It's the first time actually that I've seen a proposal by the European, I mean, actually it came from the German presidency. They actually started to propose an approach of security through encryption and security despite encryption. So it's the first time that we see in Europe governments proposing actual regulation that could limit encryption in a way and defend lawful interception for law enforcement agencies. So, and the same discussion is going on in other international countries, in the UK, in the US. So I think it is still a very timely topic, and we should at least have a session on it.
Okay, thanks, Vittorio. You touched on censorship and content regulation already. The proposals that are in there came from media and from internet governance. But again, let's see these categories as a vehicle, as a tool to help us to kind of handle it and not to be too strict. At the end, we want to have a multi-stakeholder discussion. So we should not remain in one category with any topic, but we should always have the influence from the technical community, from the business community, and so on and so forth. So that should be basically our aim. And because this question is coming up so many times this time, I'm asking myself if we are still using the right tool in terms of putting everything into categories. But maybe that's a topic for further discussion. I'm just realizing that this is questioned this time more than it was in the past. Then we have two very interesting, and we put them under big stage or under standalone topics. One is the delay tolerant network, and we believe a presentation on this could be quite interesting. And the other one is from the Adriatic Society of Speleology. And we also believe that this could be an interesting presentation. This society is not directly involved in internet governance, but it deals with geological issues around Trieste and how they do use the internet. And I see Roberto has already raised his hand because he has possibly something more to say about both proposals, the delay tolerant network and this speleology presentation. Roberto, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. This is Roberto for the recording. Yeah, the speleology is really could be an interesting presentation also to show how odd things can be done with the internet and in situations where you have difficult environmental situations. But I wanted to talk about the other one, the delay tolerant networks, because I think that there was a basic misunderstanding. What I was thinking there is to have a wider discussion, not just a presentation. And we have contacted already Vin Cerf for some of the work that he has done on the space internet, interplanetary internet, whatever it's called. Then we have the work that has been done with delay tolerant networks with the Eskimo, the Sami nomadic populations in the Arctic, and Avri Doria is going to provide a presentation on this. We are the Office of the United Nations Outer Space Affair is interested in talking about this issue. So I think that this is definitively more than just a presentation, but it's the chance for also for EuroDIG to bring to a wider audience some of the things that are not often talked about. I think that this is the first time probably in EuroDIG that we touch on delay tolerant networks. And I would also not underestimate with the space race and the further development, but looking 10, 20 years in the future, about some of the governance issues for telecommunications in outer space and communication in interplanetary and so on. So that was the purpose, and we are contacting different people to bring different perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roberto. Good point, and I remember you brought in quantum technology last year, which was also kind of new to the EuroDIG discussion. So thanks again for bringing up another new topic that we could be an early adopter of. questions or comments on what Roberto just said? Something in the chat that you would like to highlight, Elisabeth?
Not regarding this, no.
Okay. Then let's go to the last two proposals under the category cross-cutting others. One is a very specific one, telecommunication regulators and governance framework. This was made by an agency connected to the Polish government, and I'm wondering if Małgorzata, because she was the submitter, is still with us. She was in the morning. Małgorzata, if you are still here, please let me know. Yeah, you are here, but I'm not sure if she can speak at the moment. Anyway, since this comes from Poland, from our next IGF host, we thought it would be good to give them a day zero slot to discuss in particular this issue. That could be quite interesting if they can manage to invite regulators and governmental representatives. We have to discuss if they want to do this way or not. Małgorzata, you can speak up at any time if you want. And the last point was, and you see a lot of proposals went in there, and we didn't really know how to handle this. Obviously, when the call for issues was on, a lot of people felt the need to discuss COVID-19 issues, coming from all directions: security, literacy, access, education, technology, whatsoever. And we were not really sure how to handle this thing. So that's why we thought maybe on day zero, we do a very informal open mic session where everyone can just say what they want to say about how they felt the COVID pandemic has affected us, has changed things to a good end or to a bad direction, and so on and so forth. This is something we have to discuss if we would like to do this or not. But I would not suggest to do this right now. I would rather suggest we let this sink for a moment. We know now what is in the basket. Our next step will be to decide what exactly is missing. And here we need exact proposals on how we should frame it and where they should go, so that we can kind of include them in this matrix and then draft a program out of this. But before we go to this, again, let's think it a little bit. I would bring up the discussion, and with this hand also over to Thomas, about a potential overarching team. In the past, that has been an exercise that was sometimes a fun exercise and sometimes a tiresome exercise. And Thomas and I, we spoke yesterday, we believe that it will be hard to do in a virtual meeting with no discussion during the lunch break and so on and so forth. So before we go into a lunch break at 12:30, I would like to ask Thomas to introduce that topic and make some suggestions on how we can handle this issue. We should go then in the lunch break, and after lunch, you possibly had more time to look at this matrix, think about what we heard so far, and can then very efficiently come up with very concrete proposals. This is what we need. It must be a proposal to say, we are missing this, I'm suggesting this, and it should go there. We will not be efficient if we keep on discussing, it would be good, we could, we should. That's too unconcrete. And with the limitations of a virtual meeting, we won't go anywhere. We need clear guidance after lunch, what to do and where and how. And we hope to see you after lunch again, and you will have time to discuss And by the way, let me know if you would like to have breakout rooms. Rainer, I guess breakout rooms would be possible in theory, right?
I think so.
Yes, because then we could also put people into breakout rooms to discuss with each other in case you don't want to use your lunch break. Okay, Thomas, I see you have switched on the camera. I hand over to you to introduce how we are going to handle the overarching theme.
Yes, thank you, Sandra. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, for those that have been participating at physical planning meetings in the past years, you may remember, and the others, take note that this was a sometimes funny, but most of the time quite painful exercise to develop something like a rough consensus on an overarching theme. Because of course we are all great and creative people, and we had tons and tons of ideas what could be the overarching theme. We were discussing about commas and question marks or exclamation marks for hours and hours. It took us several coffee breaks and some glasses of wine to normally finally agree on an overarching theme, which is something that, due to the limitations of the virtual environment, is simply for us not imaginable how we could do this. So what do we do with this? So there are basically three options. One option is we just use no overarching theme this year. That's one option. Another option is that we use the sentence that has been used in the past months to go with the EuroDIG, which says, let's discuss internet governance, which is not super fancy, but also not wrong. A third one would be, but that is risking to open the Pandora's box, but nevertheless, I tried listening to today's debate and reading the chat. There may be one thing that, if we have a spontaneous, very rough, strong consensus on this, we could use as an overarching theme, which is to use the notion of the 2020s as Europe's digital decade. And then we could say either making the 2020s Europe's digital decade, or how to make the 2020s Europe's digital decade. That's just my personal take of the discussions of today, that this seems to be something like a shared goal of what we are doing. So use the coffee break, the lunch break, to express your views in the chat. But again, we have no real resources to discuss this thoroughly. So if we see a strong convergence among your contributions in the chat on one of these three options, we'll just take it, and that's it. I don't really see any other option, either to discuss the procedure nor to discuss the theme itself. So I hope that explains the situation, but this is like our best guess to deal with this issue. Thank you for taking note, and eager to see your comments. So back to Sandra. Thanks.
Thanks, Thomas. Since I see already agreement in the chat, maybe we just do or take the temperature of the room to see what people prefer. And Thomas, maybe you continue asking all the three options, and people can use I suggest to use the green tick behind their name. In the participants list, you will find the green tick, or you can use the red cross and say if you agree to option 1, and 1 was have no overarching theme at all, right?
Yeah.
So just
I'm typing it in the chat. So
let's try it. Give it a chance. Who would prefer no overarching theme at all? Please use the green tick. There's one. Peter? Has anyone problems in finding the green tick button? No. Okay, then let's ask for, Peter, please clear your window. And then let's ask for option 2, which was what we used in the past because we produced some information material, a flyer, we had to put something on it. So Rainer and I, we just decided, let's discuss internet governance is not hurting anyone. We could continue with that one. As Thomas said, it's not really fancy, but it's also not doing any harm. Who would agree to go with this one? Let's discuss internet governance. Okay, we have some that are against it and no one is in favor with it. Okay. And then let's take on the third option, the temperature of the room. And this is not the final decision now. Thomas, could you please reiterate how you framed the title?
Yes, thank you. I put the 3 options in the chat. So option 3 would be either making the 2020s Europe's digital decade, or slightly different, how to make the 2020s Europe's digital decade.
Okay, so something that goes into this direction, who would be in favor with that? Okay, there are a bit more green ticks, but also not too many.
There is more on the chat. People are writing there which option they prefer, and many do prefer option 3 in the chat. Also, some offered voices on option 1 or 2 as well.
Yeah, I see there is a lot of agreement in the chat for option 3. Okay, so Thomas, I would say you have lunchtime to formulate it a little bit strongly and come up after lunch with a strong title that goes into this direction, and then we can possibly agree on this.
Okay, I can give it a try, but it will be basically probably one of the 2 proposals, yeah, that's it. So, but yeah, let me give some time to think and get back to you. Thank you.
Okay. And of course, everyone else is also invited to frame something into this direction a little bit deeper, so that we can. That would be an easy thing. So virtual meetings can be very effective if we are forced to be effective. So let's continue this discussion after lunch. We're going into lunch break a little bit earlier than expected now. So therefore, I would like to ask for a last time if there are any questions, what we have heard so far, or any comments. Please refrain now from, I want to have this topic in the agenda. We are shifting this to the afternoon session, but anything else that you think should be mentioned right now, then please raise your hand. Wout? Wout, we can't hear you. No. I go to the next one, which is Andrea Melancia. Andrea, you have the floor.
Okay, so hello, my name is Andrea Melancia. Just to make a comment, I know that not all the sessions are possible to be done in 2 days or 3 if you want to consider it. The idea that you had for last week, which is the EuroDIG Extra, seems like a very good idea to discuss some content even outside of a yearly kind of meeting. So just to suggest that anything that's not discussed in this upcoming meeting in June could be discussed in EuroDIG Extra sessions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very, very much for this hint. And indeed, we ask on our newsletter the community already to let us know which topic they would like to discuss in the EuroDIG Extra. And to be honest, it was very easily done thanks to the professional work of Michael and EuroDIG, who put this thing together. but it was a very spontaneous decision, and it took not much of the resources to put that together. And I think it was a really good session. Now let's go to Wout again. Wout, are you audible now? I think Wout is not in here at all anymore. So let's go to the next, Alexander Ismanin.
Hello. I also would like to point that, like Thomas mentioned, some issues which were submitted did not go into this matrix. So maybe they need more attention or any information of why these issues are ignored in a suggested track or moved to something, or any other considerations need to be done. So please check that all submitted issues are decided somehow, and not decided issues, what have to be done with them.
Okay, I think I can answer that, and I would like to show you a graphic, which is a middle step, and you don't have to read what's written there to understand it, but you will see that with the input that we got from the subject matter experts, we clustered it further. And it could well be that we here and there on our way missed one of the topics. So if one topic that is very important, that seems very important to you, is missing, please let the Secretariat know. I see 64 is missing already. We will check if that was a mistake. But we have also agreed, and not only this year, but also last year, that we will focus on the most, or on the strongest proposals only, and that we will not consider each and every proposal as we did in the past, because this was sometimes weakening the quality of the session. And with this, I do not mean that the proposal had no quality, but that when you put too many different things in one basket, you end up with nothing that is at the end very strong and very focused. So since 2 or 3 years, and this was also a result on some criticism that we received, since 2 or 3 years, we are a little bit more selective in terms of which proposals we really consider in the program, and not each and every proposal could be considered, but we kindly ask you to let us know if you are missing something in particular, and we will of course revisit the issue. I took note of 64. Let us know if other proposals are also missing. Okay, I see now Wout is back. Wout, would you try again? I see your window is active, but we can't hear you. You are muted. Nothing. Nothing. Okay, well, sorry, we have to shift that to after lunch. Okay, now I'm asking, is there a desire to meet in breakout rooms, or shall we go into a break that is scheduled until, let me check my agenda, 1.5 hours. So we would again meet here at 2 o'clock. And even if we have now 10, 15 minutes earlier, I would still think that we should continue at 2 o'clock in case others would like to join the afternoon and don't miss the beginning. Elisabeth, is there something mentioned in the chat that desires breakout rooms?
Not that I have seen, no.
Okay. Good. Then we do no breakout rooms. We make a screen saving window because we are streaming, and we should not lose the link to the streaming. That's why we will put this screen saving picture now here. And I hope that we will see most of you in the afternoon. To be honest, it's incredible. We had over 60 people joining. We are still at 59. that's amazing how many people are caring about to get this together just for a working meeting. Thank you very much for your engagement, and let's meet again at 2 o'clock Central European time. See you then.
Thank you. Have a good break.
But the room is still open, and also the chat can be used in this time.
So, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a nice dinner, not dinner, lunch. Mine was nice. Enjoyed it. Pasta with some meat on top. For those who are new in this second part of the meeting now, I would just like to sum up a little bit what we did in the morning. We looked at all the proposals that came. I can hear myself. Rainer, something is wrong. Aha, this was because I had the streaming on. So I could hear myself in the streaming. Okay, you always learn. So what we did in the morning, we looked at all the proposals that we have so far and that are in the basket. We started already a little bit a discussion about what should be kept, what must be added, and so on and so forth. For the second part of the meeting, we will first of all try to find consensus on an overarching theme. Thomas had put some additional thoughts in this over lunch and will let us know what he's proposing. Maybe we can find something like rough consensus even on this virtual meeting. That would be great. Then we will look at the program structure. We propose some changes, not only because we might have a virtual meeting, but also in terms we have a hybrid meeting and we can meet on site. We should consider pandemic restrictions that we might see. Then we will hear from Elisabeth about the planning process from the EuroDIG, because the call for issue, I think it's still on. It will finish by the end of the week. So Elisabeth will give us an update on this. And last but not least, the most important thing, we need to finalize this matrix with the topics that should be changed, deleted, or added. So I see Thomas is already here. Thomas, let us know what your output is after your lunch. What could you propose as a title for EuroDIG 2021?
Yes, thank you and welcome back, everybody. I hope also the vegetarians had a good lunch, not just those that had meats. Of course, the vegan people as well. With regard to the overarching theme, we know that this is normally quite an intense exercise, and unfortunately we cannot do this. So I'm really counting on you all that we are flexible, and unless somebody has very strong feelings, I would propose the one that I put in the chat, and I realized that the apostrophe, by the way, apostrophe, I'm typing on a particular cheap typing thing with my iPad, so I always struggle to find the apostrophe. No, my proposal would be EuroDIG 2021, how to make the 2020s Europe as digital decade. And I'm aware of the point that Elena from the Council of Europe made, that this may sound alluding to the work of the European Commission, which is not completely wrong, but nevertheless, I think we call it Europe and not the Commissions or not the EUs. That should make it clear. Also saying this as a non-member representative from a non-member state of the EU. And we can only use this phrase this year because 21 is the first year of the decade, and after that, the following next year would make sense. So if that's fine for everybody, or unless somebody has some really heartbreaking arguments against it, I would be very happy if we could go with this, just for the sake of having something that I think makes sense, creates some attention, and makes sense this year. And it's a how to, so we all know that this is very difficult, and it hopefully inspires us all and all the newcomers that will not know yet to think about this. So that would be my point. And Sandra, I think there's a little bit of a community checking still ahead, because just in case that we miss something in terms of language, or there's an allusion to something that would make it completely unacceptable. We had an earlier case in The Hague, where we had to slightly tweak the overarching theme afterwards because we were alluded to something that we didn't see. But unless this happens, I would take this as roughly based on a rough consensus agreement. So thanks a lot.
Thomas, from a secretariat and feasible point of view, I would just like to mention that having 2 times a number, 2021 and 20th, is not really handleable in terms of how this headline is visual, and also it's a bit long. Therefore,
you're right. Let's delete the 2021 because everybody knows that we're in 2021, if that helps.
How to make, so it would be how to make or how to start Europe's digital decade. Would that be an alternative?
No, just leave the 2021 away. EuroDIG, I mean, it says EuroDIG, JST, blah, 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 whatever. And this is a second line. So I don't think this is a problem, because we will not use the 2021 thing as an official name.
Okay, that would look like this then. Or like Michael is proposing, kicking off.
Yeah, I'm also fine with kicking off, or just leave out, or call it EuroDIG 21, or how to make this decade Europe's, whatever. And this is not up to me to decide anyway. But kicking off maybe fine. It sounds encouraging and positive. So we can go with kicking off if that's acceptable to everyone.
Okay, so alternatives welcome. So at the moment we stick to EuroDIG 2021, kicking off Europe's digital decade. In principle, or let me frame it the other way. Has someone strong objections to such an overarching theme? Then please raise your hand now or speak up. Okay. Can I ask for, and I would prefer if you use the green tick in the, if you agree to go with it, use the green tick or put it in the chat. But green tick would be preferable because that's the tool. I don't see many green ticks.
You need to do it the other way around. Ask for red ticks, and whoever puts a red tick will be excluded from this year's EuroDIG.
Okay.
I'm joking.
Then let's remove all green ticks and well, I asked already for strong objections. Well, that's basically the same like red tick. So then I would suggest, with the draft program that will come out after this meeting, we will also publish this title. And if there will be raised strong objections afterwards, we can still change that. We did it in 2019 for The Hague. There were strong objections being raised. There were we revisited the topic and we changed it accordingly. We could in principle do this as well, but I think we are more or less fine with what we have here. And if we change kicking off to start or something alternative, I think this is still subject to discussion. But I think we know the direction that we would like to go to. Possibly kicking off or starting is better, but let's discuss this later on. So that was easy, Thomas. I mean, after so many different experiences, we had the overarching theme from being absolutely painful to absolutely fun. We
learn to be flexible in order to survive. So that's probably one of the learnings from last.
Indeed.
differentiate priorities, really important issues from maybe less important issues. So thanks.
Okay. Okay, so then I will now share my screen again, and we will start the discussion on the program structure. What you see here is the program structure of the last planning meeting when we were still in the opinion we're going to travel to Trieste, last year's planning meeting. This program structure was more or less kept for the virtual meeting. We didn't change it significantly. And with this structure, we are going since, I would say, 7 years almost. It worked quite well and we never found a better solution. But this year is different and we know that from the start, so we can adjust accordingly. First of all, we have the day 0, and as you know, day 0 is always dedicated, like for the IGF, to the community, and everyone can basically do whatever they want. We have already some proposals received on topics or on organizations that would like to meet, and we will take note of this as they come in. Usually we don't have to do a call for issue, because in a virtual space we can accompany as many rooms as are needed. In the physical space, we will have to see what is possible, but also here we have a full day of flexibility. What will happen in the days or before day 0 is hopefully a EuroDIG, not hopefully, definitely a EuroDIG, hopefully in Trieste on site, alternatively, like last year, as a series of webinars. And Elisabeth, I think that's the perfect moment for you to give us an update on the preparations on this.
Sure, thank you, Sandra. As has been the tradition, there is always a youth program, and we had to adjust last year quite a bit on a quite short notice. Usually what happens is that we have a few, maybe 1 or 2 check-ins before with the participants, but then we meet wherever EuroDIG takes place and have the weekend before, usually, to exchange, for people to get to know the topic. We focus on newcomers, to get young people in between the ages of 18 to 30 who are already active in digital topics, who are very interested but have never actually been to a EuroDIG or have been active in the EuroDIG community. And what we did last year was that we moved everything to virtual as well and spread out over several weeks of webinars, and then also did the message drafting, which is kind of the main event or the climax, so to speak, of every EuroDIG, where the whole group drafts messages that then are presented to the EuroDIG community and also to the IGF as part of the official outcome of the EuroDIG. What we are planning to do this year is still a bit dependent on if we can go to Trieste or if we can't at all. We are now thinking that we are doing a kind of a hybrid of what we have learned last year and making it a bit more concise and take on the lessons learned. There will be quite a substantial part of the program and the introductions to the internet governance sphere done online, so it is accessible to everyone who partakes. And then we hope we can bring a number of people from Italy, maybe neighboring countries, if travel allows, and if the host institution can actually allow us to be on site, to bring young people there, to give them the experience and facilitate the message drafting also in a way that is accessible to people who were in the program but maybe cannot travel due to still restrictions that could be up in June. So we are now trying to figure out how to do this. I think we know already that there will be certain topics that will be of interest, as every year human rights and data protection are very asked for. We also see a rise in interest on sustainability and green internet governance. So we will structure a program that kind of goes into what the youth that apply already indicate that they want to focus on, and tie that into the developing EuroDIG program. The call for applications is still open until Sunday. So if you know people who are in this age range based in Europe, and that is not the European Union, but Council of Europe countries, please encourage them to apply. This is always a good opportunity to build a network. And even if we cannot travel, which could be the case for some at least, it is an opportunity to get a foot in the door and exchange and make their voices heard. So yeah, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but that's my input for now.
Yes, and I forward this to everyone. Speak up if you have a question to Elisabeth or a comment. While you might think about a question or comment, I would just like to thank not only Elisabeth, but you in particular for leading this effort, but also all the others that are here on the call. I see Georgi, Nadia, Ricardo, Auki, Michael is a veteran at EuroDIG. So, I mean, in the internet governance sphere, it is always reiterated, we need to involve youth, we need to involve youth, we have to go to get better. To be honest, and I think this also counts for many other national and also for the global IGF, I think this community is pretty good in involving young people. And I can see many of them stayed already and took responsibility not only in organizing sessions at such forums, but you can find them elsewhere in the industry or in organizations or in governments. And many of them found their way through such a forum, not only EuroDIG, but for EuroDIG, I can definitely prove many names that are still around and that found their way through either of our youth programs. So I think this is a point that we should be really proud of. And what also is great that over the years, it is developed as an effort from the youth for the youth. So it's not that old people are organizing something for young people. No, it's self-organized by the next generation. And I think that's a very high value that we have here. So again, questions? Elisabeth, is there something in the chat?
I see that Chris has raised his hand, so.
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't see that. Chris, please go ahead.
Okay, I switched my skin color to white on that, and I think it means that everyone doesn't see it against my background here. But anyway, no, I mean, I want to agree with what Sandra has said, that I think we do youth participation very well, and we have a very good history of that in EuroDIG. And I mean, I'm at this point trying not to be a broken record, and I'm going to come back to the question of physical versus remote meetings and hybrid meetings, etc. But I mean, without pushing an agenda there, really, what is the sort of working assumption on how many youth from how many parts of the region are likely to be able to be at a face-to-face event?
That's an assumption, at least on my end, I'm still pushing not to make, because we just have to see. I mean, it could very well be that no one can be on site, and we definitely don't want to put anyone in danger. So we are now focusing on designing a program that works also completely virtually. But if the opportunity is there for at least the Italians to have some kind of on-site experience, I think we would like to facilitate that in some way.
Okay, thanks.
I see no, Sandra, I see you speaking, but you are muted.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Okay, if there are no other questions, then no, there is another one from Andrea Becali. Andrea, come on.
Hello. So on the physical, virtual or hybrid, I just wanted to bring the attention of the Italian model that was followed for the Italian IGF, where a hybrid model was quite successful. Though I think it was successful because the Italian IGF had this distributed event where the network of the Chamber of Commerce as the host. The Chamber of Commerce actually was the host in one city, but then they also have a network in different cities. So when we had to, actually when we decided not to have the physical meeting, it was impossible. So we thought about having this distributed model where different cities could join and host panels at the offices of the local Chamber of Commerce. So I think that was the element that made the hybrid model quite successful, because with the limited travel, you could in any way have this form of locally organized event where you had people in physical presence. So my question is whether for the EuroDIG model, the hybrid version will work more than just being we used to have remote hub at ICANN meeting or the global AGF. So basically people that go there to assist, and which to me is kind of a suboptimal solution for a hybrid model. So just wanted to flag this one too for our discussion on that.
Yeah, thank you for the input, Andrea. We will certainly appreciate, and also we have people from the Italian Youth IGF on the organizing team of the EuroDIG, so maybe we can share some experiences on what works and what doesn't. We're still very open on how to do this.
Yeah, thanks, Elisabeth, and also Andrea. The Italian IGF last year was a huge success. Just to say, the number of participants was amazing for a national IGF, and it's not a secret that we also contacted, thanks to the liaison efforts of Roberto Gaetano, that we are in contact with some national chambers of Italy, but also with Euro chambers, so that we could possibly join forces in this regard. Also in respect that we involve the stakeholder of small and medium enterprises across Europe. So that's also something. And regarding the hybrid meeting, I think there are even some more ideas in the room, but let's discuss this when we are looking at the program structure altogether in a minute. But I see Andrea wants to say something. Andrea, please go ahead. Andre,
Okay,
sorry, Andre.
No worries. Just one quick note. Chris here was actually mentioning something that I considered a bit before lunch, which is we're going to have sessions, but one of the things that happens in in-person meetings is that people are actually able to communicate during the breaks and during lunch, etc. And I think one of the things we can improve regarding comparing to last year is some breaks, during the breaks, having some sort of social interaction to make people continue the discussions from the sessions, but during the breaks, during lunch, etc. So I think this is something to consider, but outside of the normal program, maybe to consider later, but obviously before the events. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. Indeed, we with the virtual meeting, we did not invest any big efforts into networking sessions, but I've seen many good examples over the year how this can be done. So yes, we will also look into this in terms we go fully virtual, that we do some break whatsoever. But I'm not the expert on that. I think we need the community to give us input here. So no other hands raised. Let me continue with the slides here. You see, this is the old program structure. As I said already, this was what we built on last year. It was not exactly like this. Here we started with the workshops and had the plenary in the middle of the day and at the end. Finally, we had to change it because of the technical issues or because of technical reasons, that we started as usual, as all years before, with a plenary or an opening, a plenary, a break, workshops, another break, workshops, another plenary. That was our structure since years. I wouldn't say it did not work, but times have changed and we were looking into something else now. And I stopped this one now and share with you what has been a little bit discussed already with our host. And also, as far as I remember, it was already subject to our very first kickoff meeting that we had in October, but possibly not everyone was there. So you should now see an Excel sheet. You have the 3 days, day 1, day 2, day 3. We are not looking into day 0 now. We're looking into day 1 and day 2, and they are here at the moment absolutely identical. That's why I enlarge it a bit now so that you can better read it and understand what it means. So, and when I introduce this now, please keep in mind, this is made for the case that we do the hybrid meeting, that we have some participants on site and some participants, possibly the majority, online. But we think it would also work fully online. The idea was also born out of a situation that we won't have too many rooms in a physical meeting, and that we consider it is not a good idea to stay for too long in too small or big rooms in a crowded space. I think after the year of the pandemic, everyone understood that traveling to a meeting, to a conference, the biggest effort is, or the biggest value is the networking aspect. And basically, while this was not new, because the networking aspect at EuroDIG was always highlighted, I think everyone is now clear that basically that's the reason why you sometimes attend a conference and why you visit to a place, because the pure knowledge transfer and the pure discussion you could also do virtually. But the networking, when you have a chat with somebody, when you get input, when you get creative, this you can really do only in a space where you meet each other. So we believe we could start at 9 o'clock in Trieste with the registration. An hour for registration. I know it might take some time in ICTP to do the paperwork to get in. And instead of what we usually had called a plenary, we propose a session that is threefold. Well, basically after a welcome of high-level speakers, hosts, etc. So 30 minutes welcome, this was always the case. But then we would propose one threefold session, and this session could look the following. It could deal with one of those topics where we said those topics deserve a plenary. We think we could have 45 minutes input, so to say, speakers. 5 speakers, each 5 minutes, some questions from the moderator, some questions from the floor, that's it. No discussion, nothing. Then we have a 15 minutes break. Online participants will be distributed in breakout rooms, and on-site participants, those who are in Trieste, should find a place outside at the cafeteria, in the garden. And ICTP is a lovely area to find those spaces, and they should form breakout groups at the area of ICTP. Of course, we will encourage all participants on site also to join with their device. the breakout groups of the remote participants, so that we have a mixture here between those who are on site and still can connect with the remote participants. And in this breakout session, which should also last 45 minutes, we would like to foster a discussion about the input that we just received in the input session. That's why it's called the first part input session. But it's all on one topic. We are not changing the topic. And then this breakout session, of course, must be moderated. There must be a reporter taking notes of what has been discussed. And then the plan is to convene again for an output session in Trieste. That would be again the main hall. And for the virtual participants, we would display them or we would bring them in also into the main hall and make them visible. They will not be hidden as in the past. They will be on the big screen. And if you have a speaker speaking on a certain topic, this speaker will get the full screen. Basically, that's also not new. You might remember Vladimir Radunovic was moderating a panel from Serbia while the panel was sitting in Tallinn. So this is also nothing new, that remote participants at least are very visible in the main room. And during that output session, we would basically collect all the input that we got from the breakout session. Let's say we have 4 or 5 different groups. So every group will get a chance to, or the reporter should basically, or the moderator should basically transfer what they have been discussed during the breakout session. And then we would try to formulate our messages on this topic. If that's possible at all. Maybe 45 minutes is not enough. Maybe that needs another round of online consultation. But here we have our commenting platform that we have set up like 2 or 3 years ago. And we could basically work on the final messages on the commenting platform afterwards. The beauty of this new, or what I personally find the beauty of this new concept is, first of all, you're changing rooms after 45 minutes. You're not sitting for 1, 2 or more hours in one room, which is important for pandemic measures. But also for the remote participants, it's a little bit more active when they go from breakout rooms to big rooms and so on and so forth. And we are basically dedicating more time than ever before to one topic. A plenary, you might remember in the past, was only 60 minutes because many people found that plenaries of 90 minutes are boring. But since this is not a one-stop session, a linear session, but a session made out of 3 parts, but still on one topic, we basically can dedicate more time to a specific topic. But I don't think we will have the risk of getting boring at some point. In parallel to this one topic session, we could have workshops. And at the moment, we have secured only one workshop room. But I know that ICTP is looking into securing us a second workshop room. This also depends a little bit on the size of the rooms. For the virtual space, of course, we have no issue to do parallel sessions. And we could also say session XYZ will only be virtual if we don't have a physical room. I think that is also an element of a hybrid meeting, that part of the event are fully virtual. And everyone being on site in Trieste has either the chance to follow the session from his device, sitting in the garden, from his hotel room or wherever, or you can use that time while being in Trieste for networking, which I said at the beginning is a very important aspect, as everyone probably agrees now. And basically this format with this 3-fold session and workshops in parallel is just to be repeated in the afternoon after another keynote. We need space for keynote. Of course, we want to have high-level speakers in our event. But then we would again dedicate one topic, these kind of threefold session with input, breakout, output. And we will have workshops in parallel. Workshops in rooms, online, or combined. Then we do a closing of the day where we possibly reconvene what we found good, what was the message of the day, something like this. And the same concept we propose to do on the second day. Overall, the program would last from 10 to 6, usual time. So this is our proposal, and I would like to ask what you think about it, if you have a better idea, if you think that could work. Yeah, these are my questions. I haven't read the chat. I rely on Elisabeth to flag, or I ask you to raise your hand if you would like to speak.
The chat has been mostly on the different formats of virtual, hybrid, and on-site. Nothing particularly on your presentation, so I would ask everyone to now raise their hands or let us know in the chat.
Andre, please go ahead.
Hello, yes. So I'm actually looking at this, and there is something wrong with this. So every break seems to be 15 minutes, but the workshops say 60 minutes, but and then 45 on the left. But visually, the workshops are actually occupying 75 minutes because they have 5 slots.
Did I count it wrongly?
I'm okay with 75 minutes, by the way. I would actually prefer 75 minutes for the workshops, but it's just that this seems to not be correct.
Okay, so I have to check that if what I put here in this Excel is either 60 or 75, but that's a detail. I will check that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Olivier, and then
Yes.
Nicolas.
Thanks very much, Sandra. Olivier Crépin-Leblanc speaking. It's the diagram itself which is wrong, and it's a thank you, Andre. It's a good sharp eye here. But the time that you're referring to on the timings are always the top bar is the starting time, the 10:30 slot, and of course at the bottom you shouldn't be going to the 1300 slot. You should be going to the one that's just before that. Effectively, I think that's where there's a 15-minute extra. But it's just the way that your diagram is put, I think.
Okay, and Nicolas?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a very interesting concept, and I think it could work, but it will very much depend on the technical arrangements, I suppose. And I was wondering, because everybody is now thinking about hybrid events, how in practice, whether you've already thought about that, because I mean the challenge, of course, of the hybrid is that you will have people in the room and people online, and you know. Just technically how to bring this together, I think, and would be interesting to know whether you have already some solutions in mind. Actually.
Mm-hmm. Solutions, I would say yes or no, yes and no. In terms of, I'm looking very much on how broadcasting stations and TV is doing these days. And you possibly have seen talk shows where 1 or 2 participants are not in the room. And a good moderator is constantly connecting the people in the room with the people on site. So it needs really strong moderation. And the moderator constantly has to reach out to the remote participants and connect them with the participants in the room. That's a really a key element. It's differently than moderating a panel, because you constantly have to change between the 2 forums. And from a technical side, that's something we take care of, and we have worked with the company last year that helped us to make EuroDIG a success. And with them, they are coming basically from the broadcasting sphere with them, we would possibly also, not possibly, we definitely would also achieve this goal to bring the participants visually in the room. And since you are from EBU, we will possibly reach out to you to help us with moderators and maybe with also some expertise in this respect, because we're really looking at what broadcasting stations are doing in this respect. They are kind of a good example on what is possible.
Well, I'm happy to reach out to our members also for moderators if that's of interest. And what you would essentially really need is half of a television production, really, yeah, because you need cameras in the room. I mean, it's not an easy task. So, but I'm happy to reach out for the moderation also.
Yeah, absolute. That would be very helpful. Okay, next is Wout. Andrea, is that an old hand? Sorry, Andrea, is that an old hand or a new hand? Old hand. Okay. No, new hand. Okay, so then Wout, you have the floor.
Yes, does it work now somehow?
Perfect, yeah.
Finally. This was a struggle. Hopefully it keep working. I want to congratulate you on the proposal of the 3-session format workshop. I think that it could work really well. And what I would like to add, that perhaps when something comes out of it, like a recommendation or a solution or suggestion forward, that gets a spot in one of the plenaries at the end of EuroDIG, so that it's clear what the messages are to everybody, because not everybody will be in workshop, but at least these results become more prominent when they get a special spot where they're presented on later on in the program. Is that as a suggestion to add? Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Wout. Any other comments or questions? Elisabeth, is there something in the chat that should be answered, or?
There were some inputs on tools for networking. I don't know if you want to pick that up now.
No, we don't discuss the networking today. I think we have too much on the agenda with our topics. The networking we can put aside and decide what we do when we know where we are.
But apart from that, no more input on the proposed structure.
Okay, I see Mark says it seems all very tight in a 45-minute session. Yeah, that's also something that I'm not 100% sure of, but that's why I consider the message drafting as a task to be done after EuroDIG on the commenting platform. Mark, you know the commenting platform very well, because for digital cooperation we were using it as well. And we could even encourage our participants to do this within the days of EuroDIG and not wait for another week to do so, so that we really have the output rather quickly and not wait for too long. Okay, Andre, now you have a new hand, right? Good, go ahead.
Okay, so just one question, still on the timings for the sessions. I've seen a lot of conferences, especially online, but also in person, that have dislocated times in terms of sessions. And one of the biggest problems is that you go to a session that you want to go, and then when you go to the next session, the session is already halfway. So if it is at all possible, I would probably recommend that whenever a session finishes, even if it cuts during the break, at least the next one should only start once the other one literally finishes, even if it has no break, but at least not end after the other one has started, so that people that want to see both of them will be able to attend at least. Okay, that was just it. Okay, thank you.
I get your point, and basically I try to do that or to achieve that with this program. The point is just that you have to decide if you follow this one topic half-day session or if you follow the workshops. What is not feasible is that you switch from, for instance, workshop 1 to the session that is here halfway through. But what you could do, you could go to the following workshop here in this sheet called workshop 3. So, and then during the big stages, keynotes and breaks, you will, this is your break, big stage, this is the big networking break, or maybe also have some presentations going on. This is where everyone can meet. So this is always the point where everyone can come together. That was the idea.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to reject on Andre's comment. While I understand this point of having it parallel, however, that first main hall track, that would be also an experiment, and I would really encourage the Secretariat to continue with it, that experiment, because I really love the idea.
Okay, thanks, Auke. So anyone else? I see nothing in the chat is new, also no hand is raised. Then I consider that we are fine with moving on with this format. Nothing is carved in stone, but if no objections will be raised during the next weeks, we will build upon that. And I assume that also the session preparation process will be different for this threefold session. I don't know yet how we can call it. It's not a plenary. At the moment, we call it half-day session. That's possibly, when you have a better name, then let me know. A fancy name like Flash, Big Stage would be very much appreciated. We hadn't had an idea yet. If you have an idea, just let us know. Good. Then let's go back to our matrix of proposals. You possibly all remember the discussion from the morning. I hope my screen or the screen sharing here is big enough, or you have it on your screen so that you have the entire overview of topics that are at the moment in the basket. And now I would really like to ask you, be as precise and concrete as possible. Where would you like to add which topic? What is missing? What is not worth continuing? What should be deleted? Please be as concise as possible. There were a lot of ideas in the morning, but you see that these ideas are not yet here. We have to get them in here now. We don't take them from what has been discussed in the morning. We need your input here now. So please go ahead and raise your hand. Huh. Come on, who's first? I know, Elena, sorry to put you on the spot, but you had so many input in the morning. Now that you see what else is in, what do you think is still missing and what should go in from the side of the Council of Europe?
Yes, thank you so much, Sandra. I was just thinking where exactly to start with this.
If you need some more time, then I can put someone else on the spot.
I could already chip in with some ideas, because it really seems that we could slightly unload the other section, because some proposals in the last sections, which are other cross-cutting, they clearly go under different categories. Just as I already put in the chat box, censorship and content regulation, it really clearly goes into media and content. And also from the morning session, as I said, there is a proposal from all of us to, from the Council of Europe, to look closer at self-regulation and co-regulation and the existing frameworks for that. So that's something I think that's slightly missing
Okay, and self-regulation and co-regulation of, was it of platforms or?
That's definitely about platforms. I'm just now thinking whether it goes best under content and media, because mostly that's about content.
Don't worry too much about the categories. We shouldn't at this point in time see the categories being too strict. If we would say the main focus of this session is media or is human rights, that would be enough. But don't block yourself in terms of, or make your life harder in terms of the categories.
Yes, thanks so much. Because as we said in the morning, everything is really transversal. It's everything interlinked, and we cannot really separate content from human rights. So I would say that goes well under media and content.
How did you call us? Self-regulation versus?
I would say best practices, because that would be an important focus, not to go again about the problematic angle, but to see what we have in stock, what's happening without being really acknowledged.
Self-regulation and co-regulation, right?
Exactly, and I will provide that in writing as well.
But when you speak about best practices, this is basically more kind of a, or it could also be done as kind of a presentation. Is that right?
Actually, it's not just practices, it's approaches how to frame them in policies and in regulation. So maybe best practices towards legal frameworks for. And again, I will send that in writing. So that's not to be seen as a showcase session, but rather as a discussion.
Yeah, so definitely a workshop then. Good.
Well, definitely, and we have some work ongoing on developing very concrete tools, and we will be happy to present.
Okay. Okay, what I will do, I mark this one in red, just that we know that this is something that came in today, so that we have the difference between what had been before and what is coming in today. Has anyone objections to this topic or would like to add something to the scope of this session, what Elena just proposed? Oh, we have 3 hands, sorry. So first is Nicola, but only if Nicola and Giovanni and Vittorio, only if it's on what Elena just said. If you have on Elena, okay. Nicola also on Elena or something else?
Something else, I'm later.
Okay, then I go to Giovanni first because he would like to refer to what.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's just a quick comment, because actually I totally agree with Elena. There is a very critical point of view that we should take into account, also in relation not only to best practices of self-regulation, but also their relationship with hard regulation. And this is another bridge for talking about the DSA in this field, about media and content. This is a perfect bridge to do that, because actually this is a very good opportunity to understand what actually co-regulation will mean in this decade for Europe in the regulation of social media platform, but online platform generally. And this is also why, but this does not really concern this panel, but this is one of the proposals that I submitted with the Global Digital Human Rights Network, deals exactly, that is already in the media and content field, this exactly with the idea of terms of services and private ordering or community platforms and the intersection with consumer law and human rights. So I think that this is just to say that the discussion on self-regulation and regulation that actually mix and merge in a form of co-regulation, it's very important. And this is one of the most important piece for the Europe digital decade this year.
Okay. Vittorio, is that also on Elena's proposal or something different, what you would like to say?
Yeah, it is related to this.
Okay.
So, I mean, yeah, because I agree this is an important topic, and actually this is filling a gap. So this could also be the workshop where where we discuss about the DSA, because in the end it is also about social media and regulation and so on. So maybe I don't know if we are going to have then maybe a main session on European regulation, we'll see, but this could be the specialized workshop where we deal with it. The only point I wanted to make, however, is that since at a certain point in time I saw you tracing a red arrow from the bottom, this is not really related to the proposals that were in the censorship and content regulation box, which is really a different topic. It is more about content blocks and content filtering, which is, I think, also an interesting topic in itself. So I mean, we should also have that topic separately in another workshop or whatever.
Which topic? Censorship and content regulation?
Yeah, which is really, I mean, maybe you could merge it with the encryption discussion. It's really about the content filters in the network at the network level, if you go through the presentation. So,
I remember you said that already in the morning, to merge encryption and censorship and content regulation, right?
Those two, most of the proposals there are about the use of, I mean, basically blocking access to content in the network through the use of filters, which then gets disrupted by the use of encryption. So there is, of course, some people are in favor, so some of the proposals are about deploying encryption to break content filters. Some others are worried by the fact that encryption is being deployed to break filters. So I think that's a discussion we want to have. I don't know in which category you want to have it, but you could.
Don't worry too much about the categories now. I would just like to ask the subject matter experts that we're dealing with this, with these proposals. But Rainer, if I'm not mistaken, it was us to put encryption together and to put together censorship and content regulation. So possibly, if no one has strong objections, then we could merge the two. Question, and just speak up now. Has someone objections of merging the two? Then speak up now. Don't raise your hand because I have too many hands here already.
Maybe if I may react, I mean, it's certainly linked, but censorship and content regulation, or let's say, one could also call it, access to information is not always censorship, you know. I mean, content, sometimes it's more subtle also. It's not always linked to encryption. I mean, there are other elements as well, but I don't have strong views on this, if you want to know.
Okay. Paulina, she was subject matter expert, says it makes sense.
Sandra, this is Peter. It occurs to me that quote encryption really means lawful access rather than content regulation or censorship. At least some of the proposals, that would be a different thing.
So what would you like to propose? Changing censorship and content regulation into lawful access?
Well, that depends on what the proposals actually cover. And I'm in the process of trying to understand or get back to the list.
Okay, then check it, please, and let us know what you think once you have an overview on what the proposals say. And to be honest, if the proposals are not really giving the right direction, then we are here to give it another direction if we find that is useful. Now I think I should go down the line. I think what Elena from the Council of Europe proposed, I think that found agreement, that is covered and is listed now as a potential workshop in the program. Vittorio opened up already censorship and encryption, and Peter will let us know what he thinks about it later when looking into the proposals. But now let me go down the line. No, I'm not going down the line. If anyone has to say something on these two things now, Council of Europe and encryption and censorship and content, then just speak up now, because I have too many hands. I can't detect which one is on which topic.
I would say that they are not the same, because content regulation is about content that's public, that is available, that is not encrypted. And encryption is about communication that is not public, that is otherwise not accessible. So I wouldn't merge them.
Okay.
This is really, I'd like to agree with Jörn. I think that we have to take a look at the proposals that talk about censorship. To my mind, this is actually the first time we have had, proposals in EuroDIG that are based pretty much on concrete examples from, in this case, Russia. And to my mind, this deals more with the, for instance, with the legislation. We can observe that intends to increase censorship and so on and so forth, rather than the technical aspect of linking it to encryption. Thank you.
Anyone else on this? Speak up, please.
Yes, this is Wout. Two comments on the first one to follow up on Uriyo. The way that I look at it, if you look at the merger from a Western point of view, it does not make a lot of sense. But if I would reverse that to get a very nice word for it this morning, for more of the dictatorial, but another nice word that I can't think of. But if you look at it from that angle, then perhaps encryption and content regulation do make sense. But of course, that has to do with, has to come from the proposals, and I'm not too familiar with them. The other one on the Council of Europe, could we extend that proposal to also look at the fact that from a Western point of view, we always talk about having an open internet and protecting the core of the internet, etc. If we look at other regions around the world, then you see that it's hard to access their internet, or that they shut down their internet, but that they can do anything they like in the Western world, which we all know how negative that is. So is it possible to have some sort of a philosophical discussion within EuroDIG to discuss whether it's adventurous to have a totally open internet versus a closed or semi-closed internet, which would make the world perhaps a lot safer? And I'm not pleading for one direction or the other, but to have that discussion for once perhaps makes it possible to make some pluses and minuses on specific topics. And from there, see what a way forward could be that makes a lot of sense, instead of just saying we need an open internet. So that is something which could perhaps be added or merged with the proposal of the Council of Europe. Thanks.
Okay, I would give that question to Elena if she would agree with what Wout said, to extend it and merge it even further.
Well, just adding a couple of reflections. I certainly did not mean, well, from my side, that encryption should go together with content moderation. For me, really, encryption would rather belong to data protection issues or technical issues. So we can, of course, broaden the regulation part as such, but maybe could be a better idea to keep it more focused.
Yeah, but Elena, I think the question was on the session that you proposed, where Wout added a scope on the open internet. Wasn't it, Wout, or did I get it wrong?
Okay, perhaps I could have missed something, because I'm also getting some calls in parallel.
No, it was meant the session you proposed, Elena. So to look at it even from a broader angle, or partly from a broader angle, to have a completely open internet versus a more closed internet from a Western perspective, because we always talk in the West about having to have an totally open internet, while in the rest of the world they close the internet at will, or we can't access this as easily as they can our internet. So would it be sensible to have a philosophical discussion about the pluses and minuses of a totally open internet, and then you move towards the discussion more sensibly to look at regulation or co-regulation of content on the internet. So that is the proposal, and we can discuss more offline to go more in depth if you like. But it makes sense to me to combine the two, because this is a topic that is hardly ever discussed in our part of the world. So
yes, thank you for repeating that. So then I understood correctly. And again, if I may, I would suggest keeping content regulation separate, because that does not quite combine with other issues. This really relates to human rights and freedom of expression. And from the Council of Europe perspective, we would really need to talk a lot about human rights guarantees for freedom of expression. I think expanding this subject would somehow dilute this important perspective.
I also believe if you have the workshops only 60 minutes or 75 minutes, we shouldn't overload it, rather possibly try to have such discussion and what, as you nicely said, philosophical discussions, possibly then in breakout parts where we sit outside and where a couple of people find each other. I think this is what we have to understand, that not everything can be dealt with in a workshop or in a session, but sometimes it's the discussion that you have outside the room. I don't see consensus for this at the moment. I see there are some hands raised, as in particular from Nicola and also from Hendrik, that are up for a while already, and I would like to give you the floor first and would then try to wrap up this first part. Nicola, you go first.
Yes, I mean, I just wanted to repeat what I said in the morning, that in the media section, I would find interesting, especially now that we have defined our title, having a session on creating a trusted public content sphere, which would bring together, content offers, online offers, which respects common values, human rights, and freedom of speech, and other values of that kind. And comparing a little bit how that can work and how you can create a bigger space as an alternative offer really to the big platform offers also.
Okay.
So I would call it creating a trusted public content sphere.
Okay. I think this is partly already foreseen in what we have here, European Media Landscape Search for a Middle Way. Yuri, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it went into that direction. Nicola, how could we sharpen this title a little bit, because this title is very vague at the moment, in order to give it a focus that you are proposing? You don't need to answer now, maybe you think about it for a minute and we come back to this. But Yuri, a question to you. Am I right that basically what Nicola is proposing was already in your mind when you were putting together this session?
It is very much. I kept the title so far fairly wide, just because we have to put things under it, which they have to fit under it. And I think that at this stage, we could keep it and sharpen it a little bit later on. However, I think that the gist of the thing is really what we are trying to do. We are trying to find a middle way between two extremes. One is the present free for all and the increasing dominance of the giant platforms, and on the other side, hard regulation that many governments are really talking about and want to achieve. And if we have this sort of overall view at this time, then we can see what we can put under it. And I think that what Nicola is saying is certainly fits under it. Thank you.
Okay, then I would refer to you, Nicola and Uriel, to come up with a more focused and sharper title so that we know in which direction we have to go. You can use the private chat or email, or you can, I will ask you by the end of the session what could be a better title here, okay?
I just wanted to maybe just to get back 1 second. I mean, what I'm proposing is really very much not so much regulatory approach, but it's rather also from a stakeholder perspective, what can stakeholders or media providers offer, and what can they really do to create this space or public sphere. So it's a constructive proposal also, I would say. Yeah. So it goes further than regulation, the regulatory framework.
Exactly my point.
Okay.
I mean, alternative middle way between regulation and the sort of chaos. Thank you.
Okay, so it's up to you to come up with a more focused title, okay? Hendrik.
Yeah, hi, Sandra. Hendrik here. I work at Géant, same organization as Alka, but I don't think we've met. Very quickly, first, thanks for putting the matrix together of the possible sessions. I actually think they're really well grouped for a first attempt, so thank you. I would ask, is it actually possible at the moment to ask for one proposal to simply go into another session?
Yes.
Yeah, because we're actually really happy how they've been grouped, but we put in a proposal which is ID 28. It's currently in the post-COVID open mic. And we would propose to move that to, it's in the human rights and data protection layer underneath the session privacy impact of COVID-19, purely because that really, this proposal we put forward is more related to what COVID-19 has made us realize about virtual tools that we use within our own research and education community, and especially the privacy implications of that. And we think it would be a really good fit in that draft session.
Okay, so it was 28, right?
Yeah, so yeah, from post, it's the open mic COVID, 28's there, and we would just like it to be put in the yellow stream, human rights and data protection, and that would be in the privacy impact of COVID-19 related shift to online activities. There you go.
Absolute, no problem. There we go.
Thank you very much. And we're also, we'll come back to how we can best help with these sessions in due course.
Okay, welcome. That would be cool. So next is Jörn. Is that an old hand or a new hand?
It's an old hand, sorry. I will put it down.
Okay, I have done it for you.
Okay, so.
Okay, then I have Peter.
Yeah, that's a brand new hand, more or less. So the previous change was actually perfect, good move. Back to the potential join of the two baskets at the bottom. And I think I agree with Jörn or both, who said that they should not be merged. Encryption already is so diverse in and of itself that I'm doubtful that it makes a good session in that combination. It is about quantum and open source and encryption on one hand, and then two proposals that go into this direction of security versus encryption, and do there need to be backdoors and so on and so forth. And I doubt that they can be merged. And censorship and content regulation, this appears to me more blocking than censorship, blocking and fragmentation and nation states interfering with access to the platforms, or otherwise prohibiting or inhibiting communication. So that's probably giving it a different spin and a different angle. And I think I remember that one takeaway of the previous EuroDIG and some others before was that maybe we need to make decisions at some point and not be super and over inclusive by assigning each and every proposal to one session, because that makes it really, really difficult to give for some sessions at least, to give them a thread to follow. It's 60 minutes, you have 4 proposals in there, that makes at least 4 people who want their thing on the table, and that's monologues in parallel, but not necessarily a dialogue. Sorry for pouring water into the wine here.
No, you're not pouring water. It's absolutely right what you say. And we are trying to do the middle way, that at one hand everyone feels considered, but on the other hand we focus the program. We try to do this in terms of that we mark in bold what are the focus proposals, so that we say, okay, these proposals here, for instance, they are giving the direction of the session, and everyone else is kind of related and invited to participate. But it should not be the main focus of the proposal getting into this. This is how we try to do it, sometimes successful, sometimes less successful. We have to be frank in that. But I also see in the chat that Paulina revisited the discussion about encryption, censorship, and content regulation. And she also said after revisiting it, it should not be merged. So I will delete that and would invite Vittorio, who came up with that idea, to propose potential shift of proposals, because he was the one arguing what I had in mind when submitting it was this and that. So if you would like to see a proposal in one way or the other, then let me know. But you can also let me know after the session if you have to revisit it. But for the moment, a majority says not merging the two because they are too different.
Sandra, and did you also mention that 27 and 30 should be the main focus, and the others are able to participate?
That was just an example here on access, because here we marked in bold already what the subject matter expert proposed, that 27 and 30 are the strongest one. We would like to see the session developing along these proposals, while others are related in a way. We haven't yet done this for all the sessions. We have done it here as well. Here we have only one proposal. But for instance, here or here, we haven't yet find out a focus, because then we would have taken too much of the work that we would have made with you today.
No, all right, that makes it more clear. Yeah, and I certainly agree to 27 and 30 being the main topic.
Okay, then next is Roberto.
Yes, I have a couple of points. One, I mentioned that already this morning, but since you asked to repeat it this afternoon, is about delay tolerant networks. There are several contributions that we are already securing, and I think that that should be the 1 hour or whatever session in order to give room for all the speakers. And the other one is sort of a question. There has been a lot of discussion in the chat about the quantum, and I've sensed that there were several people who were also supporting the fact that quantum has repercussions that are well beyond the technical points and really have with implications for the users, and also obviously in terms of governance. At the moment, I don't see a lot in terms of point of view from this side, from the users. So everything comes more from people who have from the CISA and others who have a sort of a technical cut. If we get also by spreading the word and involving other people, points of view from the user side, from other stakeholder groups that feel affected by the quantum, considering also the fact that this is very little known and considered in mainstream internet governance, and that will be the opportunity to also promote this this issue among a wider audience. I wonder whether that should go in the first category, I understand that there are the 4 half days are already busy, but should one of the 3 of the 4 fall out, I think it will be, and should we have contributions from different points of view, I think it will be a better solution about this, considering that also this year, because of the particular location, we'll have local contributors that will cover the technical parts. Thank you.
Roberto, I wonder if this community is already knowledgeable enough about quantum technologies, since this is still, at least to me, a new topic. And for such a half-day session, you need to have a topic where many people have an opinion on already. I'm not sure if this is the case on quantum technology. I might be totally wrong. But as an alternative, would it be possible that we leave quantum technology as a workshop? It was a pre-event last year. But in addition, invite a contributor from the local community to a keynote just before this workshop. It could be, for instance, here such a keynote after the break, and in where you have subsequently a workshop, so that you kind of do some introduction, basic knowledge, latest development whatsoever in the keynote, and then have a discussion during the workshop. Or if we even say something on day 0, and then have a session on one of the days. Would that be a way out of this?
Yeah, I agree. I'm just raising an issue. Of course, maybe in the next couple of days I can contact the people who are proposing these topics. I have actually framed this as a question, and it has a lot of ifs. So it's not a strict proposal. I'm not saying this should go in half-day session. I'm just wondering what is the feel of the room about this, and this will depend obviously on how much interest there is outside this small circles. Obviously, the full session. And of course, if we can do something in terms of a keynote or whatever, that's perfectly that's perfect. But the 2 issues that I have raised, the first one about delay tolerant networks, was a definite proposal to move it to a different category. But this one was just a question to feel, provoke some reactions. But I think that your proposal is fine.
Okay, so the delay tolerant network you will see is already moved to the section of workshops. It's not under presentations anymore. For quantum technology, I think there is a great interest in this community, but not such broad knowledge about this technology. And I see that Marco Senaro agrees with the keynote. And I think that's in particular something, because we have that local community there, to have these high-level people speaking about it. So what I will do, I would leave it in the workshop session, but make a note that we will reserve a keynote slot for this one. And Marco and Roberto, you know that you have to bring in a good speaker for this.
Yeah, and that would not be difficult to find a good speaker. And also, if I may say, quantum technology is not going to disappear next year. It's going to grow in importance. And so if we put the seeds this time to create the interest, maybe we can think about future EuroDIGs with a different format for this topic. Thank you.
Absolutely. And Roberto, one follow-up question I would have for you, because when visiting the proposal and discussing about it, we found, for instance, that also trusted online identity and encryption to some extent relate to quantum technology. What would you propose as a workshop immediately after quantum technology, so that we can say it's a kind of topical follow-up?
Yeah, it could be a good idea, but I'm not really an expert in quantum technology, so maybe this is something that we can that I can ask this question to the people who are proposing the topics in the session of quantum technology.
Okay, if someone here in this call has an idea of what could be a good combination with quantum, and if it's either quantum and encryption or quantum and trusted online identity, then let us know also later on.
Well, if I may speak,
you may.
Quantum technology has two impacts. One is that current encryption technology is impacted and is no longer secure. This is known, and we basically there is a search for post-quantum cryptography, but this is not yet in use. So there is a there's a race in trying to make encryption quantum proof, but this is not done yet. And there is another thing that is often confused, which is also has something to do with quantum, but is a completely different technology. This is quantum communication. Quantum communication can be used for secure communication, but it's a completely different technology, although it is also based on quantum effects. So quantum communication will render communication more secure than we ever had communication, because it's not interceptable. And so I think encryption and quantum computing are a good pair to group.
Okay. Other different opinions on this? Because otherwise I will mark them as kind of related, not that we merge them, but that we possibly put them together as a follow-up session.
Oh, Sandra,
Yeah.
just to mention, Andrea here. So I completely agree. Quantum technology actually covers multiple things. That includes quantum computing and quantum communication, also issues relating to encryption and how we can break encryption with such capacity for processing. So I think there's a lot to cover there, and to actually make, let's say, the encryption session before or after or something like that, I think that would make a lot of sense.
Okay, and I read in the chat that quantum leads to human rights issues. Alve Mine said that. I do think that those people that have a human rights expert must participate in such session in order to contribute to the debate. So yes, absolutely, this is what the multi-stakeholder dialogue is about, that people are talking to each other if they're coming from different perspectives. So yes, when it leads to human rights issue, I don't know that, I'm not the expert, but if you think that is the case, then Jörn just invites you to elaborate on that. But I would suggest, in the interest of time, that you possibly do that bilaterally, either via private chat or via email later on. And for the moment, we leave it that we have this quantum technology workshop. We will get a keynote, and we will have the encryption session immediately followed, so that we kind of relate the two topics to each other and also create sort of a track. You remember, we want to have tracks so that we make it easy for the people to participate and come for one day and not for various sessions across many days. Okay. And the moment there are no hands, Andrea, is that an old hand or a new hand? Old hand, okay.
No, new hands.
Sorry.
Actually, the hand is about 40-something years old, but still new in this case.
Okay.
Anyway, I just wanted to mention something just before I was talking about quantum comments, but I was actually raising my hand for a completely different thing. I had a look at the Excel file, and we currently have half-day sessions. We have 4, which fills the exact number of slots. We have workshops, which are 14 here, if you count 15 with the one you've just added, but it's still less than the 16 that we have for total. And then we have the standalone, but it says it's a small number, and then day 0, which isn't the necessary number in terms of this program structure that you defined. So one of my recommendations would be to not merge too many sessions. The amount of time that we have for the workshops, if it is only 60 minutes, we need more time to debate some of the issues. So to just join a lot of sessions together might not make that much sense, because we do have slots to put them all in. So if we can just broaden them for a bit, it would probably be a good idea. So instead of last year's idea to join a lot of sessions, maybe to define it like that.
Okay, point taken. And also that brings me to the point to remind you that even if you have limitations in room, nothing hinders us to offer virtual session in Trieste. So you can stay in your hotel room or in the garden and participate in a virtual session if a physical room is not possible, I think. And there can be 2 or 3 people sitting together, watching in the same screen. And I think we will find solutions for that too. Okay. Then I think we covered what has been started. Now I ask everyone again, because there were so many topics flying through the chat and also came in by email the days before EuroDIG. Please speak up now where you think a topic is missing or a topic should be deleted. I remember that Wolfgang sent an email to the EuroDIG members list, and some people, Udo or Mark, did answer on this. Maybe you could revisit that email. I think Wolfgang is at the moment not here. He was here in the morning, and he also was very active in the chat, but he didn't give me instructions, and I would not take instructions from him what to put in the program. I really need your input here. What was in those emails or in those comments in the chat that needs to be considered? But for the moment, I take Nicola. I give Nicola the floor.
Yeah, sorry. Also getting back to something which I mentioned earlier, I don't know, and I don't know all the proposals which are maybe covered by the proposal by this table here, but AI, I mean, does it appear anywhere? I know a lot of discussions have already been taking place about, here we go, new perspectives on data protection with regard to AI, right? What, from our perspective, is really important is, of course, the role, let's say, the potential AI has for media and journalism, maybe more in particular. And in parallel, also, of course, the dangers which go along with it. So the ethical elements of it. So I don't know whether that is already covered anywhere. If not, I think that would be really interesting. And a lot of people are discussing these issues now. Also, a lot of organizations, you know, I'm sure there would be a lot of input from different international organizations also to this point.
Okay, so AI and ethics, but more in the media, from a media angle.
Yeah, of course, for us it's particularly interesting from media angle, but we could also have it in a wider.
Yeah. And it would possibly not be covered with new perspective on data protection because that's a different angle.
No, that's a different angle. But I think human rights, and I mean human rights, it would come under human rights because I think it's about freedom of expression, all kinds of different ethical considerations.
Okay, I think Elena has a direct reply to that. Is that right, Elena, or is that on another topic?
Well, it's Also on this, and maybe considered as a related proposal, because as I mentioned in the morning, we have a proposal for a topic. Well, first of all, to mark the 40 years of the Council of Europe Convention 108, the Convention on Protection of Individuals with regard to automatic processing of personal data. And that, of course, relates to human rights. And we would really like to make an emphasis on the link between protection of privacy and freedom of expression, because digital age, and especially digital technologies, AI-based technologies, they grow capacities for tracking, for tracing, and for following people everywhere. So it's this kind of privacy concerns. They are very much related to concerns with regard to freedom of expression, and more generally with human autonomy. So if people feel they can be traced everywhere and they can be identified, and data about them is collected, that necessarily impacts on their willingness to express themselves freely. So this link between freedom of expression and privacy could perfectly fit under the block on human rights and privacy. We could go ahead a bit more with the perspective for Convention 108, which, as we all know, compared to the GDPR, is more focused on human rights than on economical aspects. And I think that goes well with the EBU proposal, because the technological aspect, AI aspect, is still there.
Okay, I try to capture the keywords that Nicola and Elena just mentioned, and it looks pretty chaotic at the moment. AI, freedom of expression and privacy, and with ethical aspects. Does it make sense, or could you frame it in a way that it does make sense? Maybe we should listen to what others have to say in this regard. Next is Gregory. I'm asking you, is it on this topic, or is it something else that you would like to say?
No, it's on this topic. Yeah.
Okay, then please go ahead.
The disclosures of my submission is number 79, which is also in, like we're talking about currently. So I'm quite happy with the grouping that is currently there, like 24, 26, 72, 79. They all cover very similar direction. And the only thing is they not really have described EI, artificial intelligence, in their proposal. So they all have a common data protection and how we should handle data, also in regard to human rights. And they have different aspects of a very similar question, which is I like. But just thinking that maybe if we want to include EI, it maybe not be the best panel here. But it could be developed in the direction, but maybe it would need additional work. But if like the grouping now, it's more about human rights and data. And this question, like, is the personal data that's collected, is it an asset that belongs to those who have collected it, or is it a part of a human and should be protected as a body, well, this is my proposal, as an integral part of a human. So that's my stance.
Okay. What I am trying to understand is that to me at the moment, it looks like that these two things might be related. New perspectives on data protection, that kind of leads to a discussion on focusing on artificial intelligence, freedom of expression, privacy, and ethical aspects. That is what I understand at the moment, but I might be wrong. Let's listen to Jörn. Jörn, I'm sure this is on this topic because it's your category.
Yes, thank you. Well, this topic is in general not new. There is a lot of discussion, and we have discussed it at EuroDIG quite frequently as well. This is, of course, not a settled topic. There is upcoming regulation by the EU, so it is current. But I would refrain of putting every AI related and ethics related thing together. So we have very different aspects. We have the aspect of the data. We have the aspects of the problems that arise because AI is not working as it should. So bias is one of those issues. Other issues are bias is just a small fragment of the deficiency of AI because it just doesn't work as it should work. So this is an issue. And then we heard about issues that arise because AI is working as it does, so as it should. So if surveillance is made easier by AI, this is not a problem that AI is not working, but that AI is being used in a way that is infringing our rights. And I would, I think those are all interesting topics, but I wouldn't merge them. Because if we merge them, we have the whole AI bubble thing that AI is a big threat and nobody really knows why, because everybody talks about different things. So I would suggest to focus on one of those issues in a session and not merge them all.
Mm-hmm. No, Jan, when you look at the matrix, we are not trying to merge those. I think your proposal, the way you put it in new perspectives on data protection, is remained untouched. I just put with regard to AI in brackets, because on the AI issue, there was proposed another session that includes inter alia freedom of expression, privacy, ethical aspects, and all this. So it's not merged, it's the opposite, it's an additional session on artificial intelligence. And my question to you now, do you think this new one is putting too many subtopics in one session? Or yeah?
Okay, since well, at least the privacy relating to the data should be excluded because we put it in the other session. Yeah. So we make a distinction. Of course, the use of AI can have privacy impacts that are different concerning, for example, surveillance. And we should also focus on one of those ethical aspects. And since the bias aspect has been discussed a lot, maybe we should focus on the other one here. And not on the bias aspect, so that we could focus on the surveillance aspect. That it is a technology with face recognition, and of course this is not new either. But we could focus on on this aspect. The bias aspect, well, in my personal view, it is not on the point, because it's a more general problem of AI that it is trained and it is not doing what you expect it does, and the bias is just a small part of this deficiency, and it has the same impact is, for example, that self-driving cars are killing pedestrians and cyclists because training does not make a trained system doing what it should do. So, of course, we could focus on that aspect, this is the old discussion, but it's a current discussion, and regulation is being discussed and prepared on it. So it's current. It's not something that has been settled. So either one of them, I think, is fine, and we can have well, we can ask the audience here which one is more wanted, and select the one, the focus that maybe the audience here is preferring.
Okay, Since you mentioned it a couple of times now, the word bias, I see that Babatunde has submitted a proposal, I think number 2, which is in particularly referring to bias. And Babatunde, if I get you right, you would like to see this discussion of bias in relation to artificial intelligence. Is that right? Okay, you say you can also switch on your mic if you would like. No? Okay. Okay, we have heard various opinions now. Let's listen to what Andre Mlanche has to say, and then I would like to give it back to Elena and Nicola to give us kind of a final guidance which way to go with these 2 sessions that we are dealing at the moment with. And I enlarged them a bit so that everyone can see a bit better what we are speaking about. Andre, please go ahead.
Okay, so still on the AI thing, I think that I see 2 differences between the 2 sessions, as Jorn mentioned. In the second session, so the session on the rights, I would focus more on what was mentioned in proposal number 2, and I would include the bias, things like fairness, algorithm fairness, inclusiveness as well, which is something that sometimes that doesn't exist, but also things like transparency of algorithms and accountability if something goes wrong, who's responsible for what the algorithm decided, etc. So those kind of things I think should come into play. Other things for things like ethics in AI, like reliability, safety, privacy, security, etc. Those would be a different topic, not so much interesting here, but at least I think that the 4 ones that I mentioned, fairness, inclusiveness, transparency, and accountability, should be covered as part of proposal number 2.
I'm just taking note of the keywords that you said so that we don't.
Transparency.
See. Okay, so these are a lot of keywords now in one box. I'm pretty sure that's going to be too much, but what I understood so far, that there's a desire to speak about artificial intelligence and the various aspects a little bit more in depth, and workshop New Perspective on Data Protection, which has an AI component already, will be kind of related to whatever comes next.
They fit together, but the aspect of surveillance does not fit together. So I would then remove the aspect of surveillance, but include the other aspects, maybe even predictability. The trained algorithm does not always do what we expect it to do. This is the basic problem, that it's at the heart of the issue, and it might affect specific groups, it might affect specific situations, and you simply don't know what the thing will do, and you have to deal with it if you want to use it.
Okay. Wout, is it on this topic or on another topic?
A new topic, so I'll wait, Sandra.
Okay, good. So Nicola and Elena, you heard a lot how people see this topic. I would leave it to you now to give us a final guidance, because you came up with this proposal, Nicola first, but strongly supported by Elena. How it makes the most sense to discuss it in 60 minutes as sort of a follow-up from that session on New Perspective on Data Protection.
Maybe what we could do is call it AI or value and rules-based use of AI, and that would include, I mean, all these aspects like predictability, fairness, inclusiveness, accountability, and so on. We can let value and rules-based use of AI. or something. And I mean, this is just off the top of my head, but we could leave also the different elements here, and maybe freedom of expression is a little bit too specific, maybe. But if you leave ethical aspects, predictability, fairness, and so on, that would be covered in there as well in some way. I could live with that. If you can take the freedom of expression out, because that would be, in my understanding, covered by the ethical aspect, so that would be fine.
Okay, Elena, what is your take on this?
Yes, thank you. So after hearing all the opinions, I actually more or less clearly see two different sections we could propose. So one can remain as a new perspective on data protection, and also with regard to AI, and basically freedom of expression could go in there, because from this perspective, we see that the respect for privacy also has a very strong impact on the information environment. Mm-hmm. So how people express themselves if they feel followed and surveyed all the time. And the other is artificial intelligence. That certainly goes well under human rights, but that's a very, very transversal topic. And I fully agree that AI should be linked with some regulatory aspects, and the Council of Europe is doing some work on that. As many would know, we are even considering a possible convention in the field of AI. So, and this tool and this discussion will certainly embrace predictability and fairness and accountability, transparency, human rights impact assessments. So these two should be separated, and I think it's now good as I see them on a slide. Thanks.
Okay, so I put in freedom of expression to the original first session, so to give it a little bit of a direction as well. Jon, please let me know if this is not in your sense. And yeah?
I wouldn't do it. Of course, you can bridge it, but I don't necessarily see it.
Okay, can we possibly propose to have a big stage session on AI and freedom of expression, which goes together with those things? That we take freedom of we found that freedom of expression does not really fit in the newly designed one. Jon has concerns knowing the other proposals that it does not really fit there. Would it make sense that Council of Europe takes a big stage, 15 minutes on this issue?
In my view, yes, it's a third aspect that I differentiated, and I think it's not covered by the other two other topics, and we could have a big stage or a short big stage on it, because it's a point of view that is not often being considered.
Elena, what do you think about this? It could be a big stage, but could also be a keynote that basically opens up this track of discussion on data protection and artificial intelligence. Do you think that would solve the problem?
Well, I trust that this is a piece that would necessarily arise as a part of discussion, but I would not really separate it from the other, because, I mean, we're talking about consequences for freedom of expression that derive from new risks for the data protection. So you cannot speak about consequences alone. We should not necessarily put that into words in the name of the session. I'm just highlighting the fact that that will come up somewhere in the discussion necessarily.
Okay, so but you would be fine if I take it out of the session title, but we have in mind that this will play a role. Would that be?
Exactly, that's the idea. Thank you.
Okay. But what I will definitely do is putting here as well a note for myself that possibly we can have a keynote here, maybe from a high-level speaker from the Council of Europe, because it would make a lot of sense for the program flow to open up with a keynote and then have two related workshops in one go, because that forms a good track and attracts people that are in particular interested in this issue, okay?
Yes, if I may, that would be a fantastic option, because also, as I mentioned, we have a 40 years anniversary of Convention 108, and a keynote also highlighting this important development would be just great.
Okay, so I take a note for the keynote here, and then we have another track. Any doubts on this now, because otherwise I would consider this as resolved. Okay. Then let me take a holistic look at it. So far we have added 2 sessions and have shifted a little bit and put some sessions in relation, but we have only added 2. We have not taken out anything so far. But let's see what, first of all, before I give the floor to Wout, Elisabeth, is something in the chat that you would like to highlight?
I would have to go back a bit to see if there was anything that has not been discussed. At some point, I think there was a suggestion to do a bigger picture session for a high-level panel that was raised by Mark. But apart from that, I would have to go further back, but at the moment it doesn't seem to be the case.
Yes, I would also encourage Mark to speak up with regard to the discussion that was on the members list. Albeit I am on the members list, I had not the resources to follow this discussion and nor to incorporate what has been discussed here. So I give the floor to Wout.
Yes, thank you, Sandra. Yeah, review again. What I miss as a topic is the following. That's the combination of economics and cybersecurity. When cybersecurity is discussed, usually it's always about how the end user protects himself from the badness of the internet. And the dynamic coalition that I am currently working in with Mark Vell has highlighted a totally different angle to the problem. Because in the end, it's industry and industrial services and products that need to become better protected. And the thing that is usually lacking, as many in the group point out, is that there is really no business case to actually invest in making those products more secure. And that's an economic angle to the cybersecurity problem. So is it an option to discuss the cybersecurity with that combination of economic issues, for example, through procurement by governments and large corporations? If they start demanding certain internet standards or ICT best practices to be incorporated in products and pay for them, that would incentivize industry to actually perform better when they develop software or build websites or come up with IoT products. So that is a suggestion that I would like to make to work on in one of the workshops, or perhaps in one of the sessions that you have with the outcome process. And perhaps we would also like to have a day zero to discuss with the Dynamic Coalition, but I'll put that in separately to you soon if we are able to do that. But this is as a discussion to combine cybersecurity with economics, and from there perhaps come up with solutions for cybersecurity and for the internet security as a whole, so us as end users. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Wout. What you mentioned on your last point was actually also my idea to give it a slot for the dynamic coalition discussion. Obviously, there has been a discussion about this already, so we always encourage dynamic coalitions to use our forum to continue their work. And since we have already 2 or 3 dynamic coalitions that stood up, maybe reserve a slot for, I know it was newly formed, the dynamic coalition at the IGF, right? So maybe reserve a slot here as well. Could you let me know what is the name of this dynamic coalition?
The Dynamic Coalition on Internet Standards, Security and Safety.
Internet standards. Okay, and on the question if we should include it in one of the discussions, I'm not sure if Ross is still here or Tanya, because they were, I think Tanya left. She said it in the chat, and I think Ross did not join in the afternoon. No, I can't see him here. So then I asked that question to others. What do you think about a session as voters proposing it, or is anyone aware that this topic is kind of covered already in one other session? Now just speak up, because I don't know. I think the hands are on other topics.
It's me, Andre. Just to mention, I do suggest that you have that session that Wout suggested. But if you do, please add proposal number 19 that I added as well, which regards to internet standards, and that would fit perfectly into that session, if you can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 19 is currently
Down.
at parliamentarian track.
Yes, I think it's also in the post-COVID kind of thing as well.
Yeah.
Although that would work, some parts of it might actually work for that parliamentarian session as well, but just not the open mic one. Okay.
Okay.
To come back to that, Andre, if I may, Sandra.
Yes, please.
We added the parliamentarians, as you know, as one of the four the slots on their itinerary for Berlin. And the workshop I organized as a lunch session at the IGF in Berlin, working towards what is now the Dynamic Coalition. We had about 20 parliamentarians in that session in breakout sessions. And some of the recommendations coming out of it were actually provided by parliamentarians. So it could be a continuation, as what Andre suggests, to what has already happened. So in that way, perhaps it's a way forward to include parliamentarians as well. Thank you.
Okay, but the parliamentarians track for the moment is foreseen on day 0. So we would basically do all this discussion on the day 0, then your dynamic coalition and the continuation with the parliamentarians.
Depends. If we invite them specifically to another session, then perhaps they come because they're specifically invited, just like last time.
Yeah, but the point is we would like to invite them to the entire EuroDIG, not only to one session. Of course, we need to have something for them that they at first come, that they have a point of the entry. And here I, at the moment, consider the day 0 as the better place, because here they are free and we are free to do whatever we want. We don't follow session principle and all this.
We can discuss one short question on this topic. We did always do the dynamic coalitions on day 0, right? So yeah. That worked well, in my opinion.
Yeah. My question is if any kind of parliamentarian session roundtable whatsoever should go into the main program or should remain on day 0. For my point of view, it would rather be day 0.
Yeah, if we do it on day 0, they can stick for day 1 and probably they will leave afterwards. Yeah. That's how it most of the time goes, not to be impolite.
Okay. Good, then anyone else who would like to speak up on this topic that Wout proposed? Then speak up now. I think the hands.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sandra, it's Andrea. On parliamentarian in particular, just proposing again what I was thinking earlier was what I mentioned early this morning. Would be interesting, and you mentioned in the chat that we're a part of the EAF. Through them, or if not through them, but I think that's the best venue, to invite and to contact the MEPs that are in the different committees that will actually most likely have an input on the DSA and the DMA, and invite them for a session at EuroDIG. In this case, I would put it on a day 1, not on a day 0.
put the parliamentarians session on day 1.
Yes.
And would you agree to the topic of standardization and legislation, or would you propose another topic?
Sorry, I will actually propose to focus on these two initiatives, on the DSA and DMA, and to invite the ITRE committee representative. There is actually, if I remember, there is a Dutch MEP from the Socialist who.
Marie Schaken?
I don't remember.
Oh no, she's not an MEP anymore.
She didn't make it to the primaries even in her country. I can find you the name. But the one that are directly involved with these two proposals from the Commission.
Could you let us know which proposals?
DSA and DMA.
Ah, you do not mean proposals that were submitted, but
not EuroDIG.
Okay. Okay, I take note here. That you propose to do a parliamentarian session on DSA and DMA on day 1, but would like to reiterate us that we discussed earlier that possibly also the EuroDIG extras until EuroDIG could be something, or could be a better place to discuss DSA and DMA while there's still time to give input, while in June everything will be more or less ready. No, Giacomo does not agree. Giacomo, would you like to speak up?
Yeah, no, I think that Andrea suggests to include MEPs in the session. That will be very, very useful and effective, not to have only a session with MPs. And the second is, even if we do an extra in the meantime, I'm pretty sure we can gamble here that in June we will still be in the mess. So we will, but let's see. We have to monitor the situation, and I think that will be wise to keep a plenary on this topic and monitor if we can do something in the middle between now and then.
Mm-hmm. Andrea, could you please let us know how you meant it? I mean, including MEPs in session, that's a precondition. But I understood you in a way that you want to have the parliamentarian session, the thing that we do for parliamentarians, move to day 1. Could you?
No. I actually only mentioned, sorry for the confusion. I was proposing to have the MEPs, the European member of the parliament, who sits in the commissions that are contributing to the legislative process of the DSA and DMA, to come on a session on day 1 on these 2 packages.
Okay, good. This is an effort that we always try to do, include parliamentarians. Sometimes we were successful, sometimes less. But now is my question, oops, this doesn't work anymore. Here, now is my question, we have a session foreseen on the DSA and DMA. At the moment it says presentation and discussion, and that goes back on only one proposal, number 14. You might check what this proposal is. At the moment it is under workshops. It's not as one of the half-day sessions. The question is if this should be changed, but
if I may, I frankly think, to be honest, it's really one of the key policy developments now. It's a really big and important package, DSA and DMA. Maybe we can find an englobing title, let's say, regulating or I don't know, regulating the future or something, I don't know, because it really will set the rules, not only for Europe, and as we have seen from GDPR, this was mentioned earlier, also it will have an effect, a global effect to some stage. So I think we should really give it a prominent place. I agree with that.
Okay.
And then you could go further than not only have DSA and DMA, but I mean there is a general move now to look at finding rules for the wild internet in a way. I mean on AI, on DSA, DMA. I mean there are many different aspects. So maybe we could have a little bit of a bigger issue for a bigger session.
Mm-hmm. Do you think what you're just saying now, and this also goes to Andrea and Giacomo, that what we have under the title, preliminary title, Governing Digital Interdependence, the Rule of Europe, isn't this going into the direction and would give a good combination with a workshop on DSA and DMA? Okay, I see.
I think it could, yes.
Agreement.
It depends if there are other things that were supposed to be in the slot, because then we need to see if are compatible, or the title is independent of at the moment is not filled by other content.
Yeah. Is Serena still in this call?
No, she left.
Okay, because Serena was monitoring this category. I don't have deep inside knowledge about these proposals that are clustered here under this one. But what I would like to do is make such a arrow in order to remind us that we would like to have a prominent slot or possibly a track on that issue, that we maybe have one day dedicated, or we have half a day dedicated and in the afternoon a workshop or something like this, so that when people are interested in this topic can have a half-day session in the morning and a discussion workshop on the same issue in the afternoon. And then we would basically be able to have a holistic discussion throughout one day.
Or vice versa, so that the workshop contribute to the plenary.
Absolutely. I think you both could work. That's absolutely. But you know, when I look at the program, we could create a track here that we do something here in the morning and then lead people to a workshop in the afternoon, or as you said, do a workshop here and lead people to such a threefold session in the afternoon, and then you have a track and could cover both. And we have to revisit the proposals to see if they match what basically you are suggesting right now. Okay, agreement, disagreement? Elizabeth, anything in the chat that we should consider on specifically this topic? DSA, DMA, parliamentarians, I think involvement is solved.
Yes, it was basically along the same lines that this is an important topic that should be featured and that members of European Parliament should be invited. But I think apart from what has been said, nothing that goes against or adds something that has not been said.
Okay, good. Then I would go, first let me ask Andrea, is that an old hand or a new hand?
I think it's an old hand, but I was also thinking that the Commission will be an interesting party to involve in this session.
Of course.
DG Connect for sure, but also DG Com, as the DSA comes from the two. And yes, and indeed, I mean, this is something that we really, at least how is set to, it hopes to be, but it's kind of a change of paradigm under many angles, and it's important for us as a community to, to dedicate enough time, because it's such a complex piece of too complex a piece of the legislation. And so, we cannot just be blindsided by it.
Okay, and I take that idea that we possibly do something throughout the year as a EuroDIG extra that leads to our discussion in June already, and possibly serves as a middle step in the preparation process.
Sandra, if I can come in for a second.
Yes, please.
Because what I suggested to change to the DSA-DSMA topic, you were discussing whether it could become a workshop proposal or not. Has that just left the table, or was it some agreement in the chat on to develop it further?
On the standard security and safety?
Yes.
That's definitely in now as a dynamic coalitions issue, and it should play a role, whatever, as an organizer in the parliamentarians track that is also at the moment on day 0.
Okay, clear. Thank you.
What I do here as well is make those arrows so that we know that these things are related and should be arranged in a way that both can be covered. Okay, now I go down the line. Uriyo, thank you for waiting for quite a while.
Well, thank you, Sandra. Just to say that coming back to the title of the European media landscape, we have had a bilateral chat with Nicola, and I think that how to create a trusted public sphere would be a good title at least provisionally now. We can tweak it afterwards, but including this words of trusted public sphere. Thank you. Or space, actually, trusted public space.
And but leave European media landscape doppelpunkt.
That would be like the beginning, setting the scene, and then yeah.
A trusted public space. Thanks for
I can
this.
live with the space. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, then Christine Little.
Hi, forgive the noise. I don't know if you can hear it. It's outside, but I'm with the IEEE Standards Association, and we have proposal number 10. It deals with personal data sovereignty, and I'm wondering if it doesn't belong perhaps with the track we were just mentioning, as it might have to do with the DSA and the DMA. So it has to do with data governance frameworks and machine readable privacy terms for all, and how we can evolve this logic of a physical passport into a digital framework. So essentially to put people at the center of their data, so they can curate and share it as they choose. And forgive me if I'm jumping in here at the wrong place. I've kind of joined in late, and I'm new to this process, but it seemed to relate. And we're currently in the cross-cutting area at the bottom in gray.
Indeed, you are. And trusted online identity. I would suggest we leave you there, but we add you to, and now my question is to which one exactly? To the DSA?
Right, that was my thought, but initially it made sense to me to be in the human rights and data protection. Unfortunately, I missed that discussion this morning, and that's where we were placed initially. So I'm not sure which numbers correspond to which proposals. So I don't know who is in that group. So forgive me for that.
I would ask Jörn, please, to check if proposal number 10 makes sense in the new perspective on data protection. And please take your time and let us know later on. And Christine, please let me know if you would see your proposal because you know it best, if you would see it somewhere else. And to be honest, since you are new to the process, if we place your number here somewhere, this has no impact at all which session team you might join. You are free and very much invited to join all the sessions that will be in the final program at the end, and to contribute to them, even if your proposal is not mentioned in there. Because you might think, oh wow, that's a topic we are actually also interested in, let's contribute to that one. Or we might have just misplaced your proposal and didn't get it right at some point. So please don't consider this as carved in stone. You are free to participate in any of the org teams that will be formed later in the process.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay. Anything else that should be added, deleted, changed, put into relation? There were no discussion on the green category, access and literacy. There was no discussion on innovation. Security was not much. I would like to ask, is Marco Senaro, Marco Senaro, you are still here, in case you are listening at the moment. I remember in the first part in the morning, we discussed that access in the community is not in the program anymore because it was discussed last year. The question is, should that go in the program this year again? And if so, under which angle? I think this discussion was not finished in the morning. And I also asked Olivier because he is responsible for this category. Olivier, are you still there?
I still am, yes, indeed. I might have turned my camera off, but I still exist.
Am I right that this discussion was not finished in the morning? We started with this, but it was
Well,
not
we thought that I had a little exchange and on the chat with Mark and Mark Carvel, and I thought that perhaps having it as a flash session or a short session would be a good update to see what's happened since last year. I looked back, we had a thing on this last year. We didn't have one in 2019. We had one in 2018. So it would fit a pattern of having one day about the topic, one year about the topic, 1 year off the topic. That being said, there might be a few updates, especially with regards to regulation on this type of topic, because these things happen every year. So an update relating to regulation regarding community networks might be something that we could slot somewhere. I just can't see a full session about it without repeating what was discussed in last year. Sorry.
okay. That would speak for a big stage.
I see Mark still here, which is great. Oh.
Yeah. Have you spoken to Mark Carvel or to Marco Senaro?
Carvel. Mark, not Marco. I said Mark.
Okay. But my question now would also go to Marco Senaro, because I know this is in particular a topic for the scientific community in Trieste. How we cover this issue. Would it be rather a day zero event? Would it be a keynote, standalone? What do you think, in case you're listening, but otherwise maybe Roberto can also step in.
Yes, I just got a message from Marco, who is will be back in a couple of minutes. So I don't, we are, of course, we are not in the same room. But we had a chat about this yesterday, and this is indeed something where the ICTP is very much involved, in particular with connecting some situations in Africa. So the reason why we didn't put it on this year was exactly what Olivier mentioned, is that we had it last year, and there were several contributions, and not to repeat always the same things, that we avoided putting that on the in the program, not making a proposal. But obviously, if this becomes in the program, then in the session, then you will have a contribution from the ICTP.
Okay, so the headline would be connecting the unconnected. That's a buzzword, I know, but we could possibly get a contribution, kind of an update from last year, but also as a contribution from our host in terms of a big stage, flash, keynote, whatsoever.
Yeah, that's what I think. And I remember last year we had a contact even with people like Nee Quain, or who were interested in sharing some of the common experiences. So if there's a keynote, it could even be at quite a high level.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think that would also perfectly make sense with our last year's program. Okay, Elisabeth, anything that we should mention?
Sandra, can you not see Mark Carvel on?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Sandra, yeah, thanks very much. I've got nothing to add now, really. I think it's already been covered by Olivier and Marcus. I think it's an important issue to retain in the EuroDIG agenda. And, if we can sort of identify some of the key messages this year in support of initiatives like community networks, it's very timely and very important, and it fits with the whole approach on sustainable development and the high-level panel on digital cooperation, what it's been saying about connecting the unconnected. So I'm very supportive of this admission into the schedule in the way we've just discussed. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And Mark, since I have your attention right now, could you please, Wolfgang wrote a long email and you answered with a long email. I haven't gone through this. What was in those emails? Is that something we should include here?
Yeah, it's already been covered, I think. This was the opportunity to have updates about initiatives relating to standards and quality information through the platforms and other media providers. There were 3 initiatives, Article 19, NewsGuard, and the Journalism Trust Initiative, JTI. And Eurio has agreed that we should incorporate reference to these initiatives, and my suggestion is that they be invited to provide updates, short, concise updates to fit in with the whole finding the middle way direction of the discussion.
Okay,
thanks.
So but nothing that we should add topical wise in our cluster here.
I don't think so. I think it's included in the sessions that we've been talking about on media and content, and dealing with fundamental problems like disinformation and so on. So I think it's already covered.
Okay, thanks a lot for taking attention to that. And there was another yes from Uru. Okay. So now Elisabeth again. I'm seeing we are losing participants.
Yeah,
getting tired.
The chat is also not as active anymore. The last things we had were still on the DSA discussion, DMA discussion. So no new inputs.
Okay. Then this is it, what we have, and we have added two more sessions, 2 more workshops, basically. We have not yet detected anything else that needs to deserve to be discussed in these half-day sessions. apart from what we proposed already, and I'll repeat what we proposed. We had governing the digital interdependence, the rule of Europe, that is going to be continued in a session about DSA and DMA in a workshop format. We have a half-day session on media landscape, how to create a trusted public space. That has also a follow-up track on media literacy, but also on best practices on self-regulation and co-regulation that was proposed by the Council of Europe. I think this is a track in itself. Then we have security and crime, the new proposal on the NIS directive. There is no follow-up, that's at the moment a standalone, as well as the green IT and sustainability of internet governance, which is also a half-day session, but with no follow-up. But here we have the intersessional work from the IGF and from EuroDIG. Then we have at the moment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17 workshops for, let's say, 16 slots if we stick to this format, but as I said, we can add virtual sessions, that's not a problem. And from the experience, I know that not all sessions will make it. Even if we find focal points for all sessions, sometimes the team is just not taking off, and at some point when no work has been done, we delete sessions if they are not prepared. So I think number-wise, we are absolutely fine with what we hope to can cover, also cover from the resources we have in our secretariat. Then we have a number of standalone slots, but here we can get some more, and actually that's good for the community to call for big stage slots. And we have also already quite a condensed program on the day 0 with a highlight that is possibly a parliamentarian track. A highlight that is the session that could be hopefully organized by the Polish government as the next IGF host. We have various dynamic coalition meetings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something like this, depends on if they all make it. And we would have the digital cooperation update also on day 0. And now my last question would be, as I mentioned already earlier on, if such a post-COVID open mic would make sense at some point. As I said, we had a lot of proposals that were dealing with COVID issues. People have a desire to speak about what happened with them in the pandemic with us. It was just impossible to put that under one umbrella. So of course, many topics of the pandemic will pop up in any of the sessions that we have in here now. But the question is, do we need a open mic where everyone can just let go and speak freely what they experience, what they suggest in the pandemic, from the experience of the pandemic. That could be on day 0, but we could also, as we had it in the past, we can also do it on day 1. You might remember, like 2 years ago, we were opening with an open mic session that worked well in some places, worked not so well in other places. Let me know. Roberto and Andre, I think that's in relation to my question. Then please, Roberto, first and then Andre.
Yes, it is. I think that where I would find value in an open mic with contributions about COVID although I have not read all the contributions that were proposed in this box, excuse me, is we were you know, at the end of the first wave of COVID, and we had a certain view, and there were certain things that started changing, had started to change in relation to COVID, bigger use of the internet, a lot of issues. And it would be interesting, in my opinion, to hear 1 year after what has happened also about the opinions, the predictions that we did 1 year before, and see what you know, what happens. And after having lived 1 full year with the COVID, what are the changes that are likely to become permanent? What are the, you know, the conclusions that we can draw? I think that if we launch this theme as a sort of an overarching theme for an open mic session, we are likely to have very many contributions, and probably a lot of interesting contributions from different points of views. Think that different sectors of the industry have been affected in many different ways in terms of COVID. Some have are really put almost out of business. Some other have raised their business, have increased a lot. There's a lot of issues that, for instance, security, because a lot of companies have started using online tools without having the sufficient security safeguards by making extensive use of these tools. I think that there's a lot of potential on this, so I would be inclined to keep it. Thank you.
Question: keep it on day 0 and keep it as open mic without. I mean, open mic means we don't prepare anything; we just let it go.
I don't know. I think that we should ask the people who have submitted the ideas that are now lumped together in this open mic. I don't think I have an answer to this question now.
Okay, good. Okay, Andre?
Okay, so Roberto, thank you for what you just said. That actually confirms some of the things I wanted to say. Speaking for myself, I do have some proposals in that session. One of them is proposal 17, that discusses exactly the last things that you were talking about in terms of tools, in terms of changing of methods of usage, etc. So that's pretty much applicable. But I also wanted to mention in terms of logistics, the day in which you schedule this, I don't think it's that much to worry about. This can be on day 0, 1, or 2. I think that in the end we'll have to schedule this on days where we have open slots, small slots to fill. It doesn't have to be everything on the same day. However, some of the topics that are there are not, they are related to COVID in some way, of course, but not all of them are very specific to COVID. So some of them are things like what changed technically, like number 19, 19. What changed technically based on the changes for COVID? And that would go well with the dynamic coalition of internet standards session that was added before. There's also other things like cybercrime, also other things that were added based on COVID that can be in different sessions altogether, so they can be joined with other sessions. So not all of these topics require a separate session of their own. But with everything that's left, one of the options is, if you cannot schedule enough time to actually do all of them, I would probably recommend EuroDIG Extra, just focused on COVID, that could happen before EuroDIG. And I think that would have a lot of value, just to add a discussion specifically on COVID. And then we could move on to the actual EuroDIG with all of the conclusions that we take from that EuroDIG Extra session. Thank you.
I like that idea very much. So we would have 2 topics already for EuroDIG Extra, one of this COVID, and I just took note when Roberto was speaking what has changed and what will stay as preparation for EuroDIG, as well as the DSA and DMA could be also a preparation thingy, an extra in preparation of EuroDIG. Sorry, Wout, you're next, then Nicola, and then Minda.
Yes, thank you, Sandra. This is not a related topic, but something I wanted to say this morning, and this is about the chat function. At the last EuroDIG, it was my first virtual meeting. In the chat, literally a virtual reality existed on topics that was being discussed formally in the prepared workshop. And the question is how to merge the two somehow, because at the IGF it was sometimes even worse. So that in the chat there are solutions offered, new ideas offered, etc. That when the workshop is prepared, if they are prepared, there's no time to bring them actually into the discussion. And perhaps the moderators were not really equipped to look at the chat function at the same time as they were looking at the formal organized session. So how could they actually be merged at some point in time? Would that take an extra session at a later point in the conference when they are brought together? Or is that something that we need 2 moderators actually, that the virtual moderator is at a completely same footing as the actual moderator of the workshop and can cut in any time? But that would mean that the formal proposal is being imposed on in a continuous way, because the virtual reality of the chat would become the reality of the workshop. And how could we actually make sure that that happens? Because there are sometimes brilliant ideas posted in the chat that never find their way into the formal workshop and are usually lost because nobody in the formal workshop perhaps has even seen them. So how can we merge the 2 worlds that exist during the workshop when you have this virtual and perhaps later a hybrid EuroDIG and IGF? So thank you.
The issue with the chat was raised many times throughout the year in various sessions, and many other organizations tried other tools, and there are so many ideas on the table, and they said, yeah, try this tool, this is cool, this worked well for us. What we could do is possibly do test sessions with the EuroDIG Extra, where we test for ourselves what tool might work for us, because finally it has to be it must be within our resources. It cannot cost a fortune. We must be able to manage it with little resources, and it must have an added value for the community. What we would like to add is asking our community using an additional proprietary tool where you have to put in an account and have to sign in, and then again land on a server elsewhere in the world. We would like to keep it all in one place. We tried it with a very traditional and old-fashioned forum, a WordPress plugin last year. This was not used at all. The chat, as Wout mentioned, instead was heavily used. I think a key, what happens in the chat? In the chat, people express themselves. And if we would have been in a physical room, this opportunity was in principle there. The chat was always there. You could always have joined remote participants on their platforms, but physical participants never did, or only very rarely they did. But in fact, what happens in the chat is what people would like to say. And if the session is not fully packed with speakers from the start, then the moderator has more time to give the floor to the other participants. And instead of putting everything in the chat what I want to say, they can express that loud and we would have the discussion that we actually want to have. So it has two dimensions. One is the operational kind of thing. What tools are we going to use? We don't know that yet. At the moment, we haven't found a much better solution than we have with Zoom. Also, I know Zoom is adding new features to that soon, so we will see how that looks like. And secondly, it's a matter of how the session is organized and how eager the moderator is that everyone is able to get the floor and not only the pre-assigned speaker. I think these are the two dimensions that we kind of have to solve. The second one is an issue that we have in the online world as in the offline world, because also in physical meetings, we had that issue that people from the floor wanted to be involved much more, but the moderator was not giving them the floor, only to the panel, which is not what we want, but what shall we do? I hope that gives a little bit of a direction, but what we will definitely do, we will try out some new tools for the extra, and they might not always work, but it was worth trying it. And with the extra, we have the chance of at least of trying out new things. Okay, Nicola, now your applause yours.
Sorry, I just wanted to endorse. I think that it's important to address this COVID question and what has changed and what will stay, or also the question about accelerated digital transformation or whatever you want to call it. I think it's important, and many people think about it, discuss it, and making plans and strategies along these lines. About the format, I don't have a view, I must say, at this stage, and I will leave it to the people who have looked already at the different proposals. But in principle, I think it's a very important subject.
Thank you. And then Minda?
Hi, hello. Yeah, I would like to say that I agree as well. So I support this open mic session. I also noted that the proposal 75, number 75, is here and is also on the under the human rights and data protection, which makes sense in both. I was just checking if it's not a mistake. Is the one about safeguarding human rights in times of crisis and beyond. So it makes sense, even though on the workshop it's focused on the privacy impact, which obviously is limiting in this case, but it makes sense to be there as well. So I completely agree with both, if it's not a mistake.
No, it's not a mistake. It was indeed done on purpose, because this was really going very much into one direction, while it also, of course, fits in the overall session.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. The other point I would like to add as well is that the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition, we haven't asked for a slot yet, but we possibly would like to have one if there is one available. As we are celebrating the 10 years of the Charter. And I think we would like to start our celebrations at EuroDIG, because it has been a very important platform for the RPC.
Yes, bring champagne if you come to Trieste.
Yes, and we hope to have the Italian Charter as well, so fingers crossed. Thank you.
That would be good. So I took note that your Dynamic Coalition would also like to meet there. That's good.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm basically done. All my questions are resolved. But I would like to give you the last word to raise any other issue that you think, and it does not have to deal with the program, because we still have like 10 minutes. So if you have anything that you would like to tell us, to say, an idea, a criticism, whatsoever, Andre?
Okay, I just wanted to continue the previous discussion regarding the interface. I've seen a lot of sessions online in this last year for a lot of conferences. Some of them are very confusing, where you go to Zoom for one thing, you also have online for another, and then you have chat in a lot of different places. My only recommendation here, and I know this is difficult for the organizers, is try to keep this as simple as possible. One single chat, one single place where you can view things, keep it as simple as possible. But still, I know that this is a trade-off. Make sure that that's also accessible for everyone. So if you keep it simple, more people will be able to take advantage of the infrastructure and the sessions and things like that. Okay, thank you.
You're speaking that out of my heart, Andre. Anyone else would like to speak?
Yes, I would say simply that we need to think how we will follow up, because there are parts of the program that will evolve according to the evolution of some situations. So we need to agree how we will monitor this, and if we will have another point that we have to do at a certain moment. And also Marco was asking, because they need to know about the deadline, about when we finally will decide this year if we go hybrid or not. So I think that on these 2 points we need still to agree something.
Good point, Giacomo. From our side, what we will now do, well, I think it's pretty clear there are not many open questions that need to be resolved. Rainer and myself, we will do the puzzle to try to fit that in a way that it makes sense into the program. And we will first discuss this with the subject matter experts. And that can be done rather quickly. I would suggest by the end of next week, we have something like a draft. This will then be sent out to the community for final comments. And usually we give like 2 weeks. So we will possibly be end of February that we have the input from the community and incorporate that as well. Usually from this phase, there is not so much input because those people that care are usually here or have contacted us in advance. And then we will start searching for focal points. And this is not the most democratic process, I must admit, because searching for focal points is something you need to identify people who first have an expertise on this issue or made a very strong proposal, but are on the other hand capable of involving people and on top being reliable and delivering in time. So a focal point has quite some work to do, and our aim is always to involve new people, to give completely new people a chance to act as a focal point. We did that in the past. Most of the times it worked pretty well. In some cases, they were a total dropout. This also happens. But then also some people indicated already that they would be ready to step up as a focal point. And we will, of course, also consider veterans, let me call it that way, to become a focal point of a session, or even to do a follow-up from last year in a way that it makes sense, because it would make sense if one person continues what has been started the year before. And then we call for the org teams. Rainer will set up the digital infrastructure, mailing lists, wiki pages. We will offer the Zoom platform for phone conferences. We will give the timeline for when to deliver what. We still have to find a new methodology how to prepare the half-day sessions, because this is going to be definitely a little bit different than in the past. You don't have just a panel and do something, you have this breakout. And I think moderator and reporter are much more important than speakers in these sessions. So we have to work on this as well. And then when to decide what to do, going virtual or going to Trieste. This depends not only on the pandemic, but also on ICTP. I could imagine that you have like 3 months planning in advance, and possibly in March, we will get an indication. Am I right, Marco, in my assumption, or?
Yes, I think so. I mean, my point was just that we need to set a deadline. I mean, that's for sure. And as you said, yeah, 3 months is reasonable.
And from March on, we will know if we prepare for a hybrid or for a fully virtual meeting.
Right.
For me, it makes more sense if we reason in terms of Easter.
Okay, Easter is at the beginning of April, right?
Yeah. First week of April.
So we can.
I think that by then, probably this will be a moment where some decision need to be taken for the next.
Okay, so we can set April as the deadline.
When is Easter? Easter is early this year, isn't it?
The 4th of April.
Oh, okay. I just do remember that last year ICTP closed in March until June.
Yeah.
And my assumption was that this is the way you are planning ahead. So, but this is not the case.
Now they plan for the first 6 months. So again, EuroDIG is on the boundary between.
It was for emergency that last year you decided in March, no?
Yeah, yeah.
The question would be, because we are very late in June and you open up in July, shall we move the dates again? No.
No. That is only like an internal thing. It has nothing to do with, yeah.
Okay.
But I think there's a certain number of issues will not change if it's physical or non-physical. It's what is important is for people that if there is a chance to be physically there, they need a certain anticipation in order to organize themselves. But most of the other things are not changing, I think, no?
True. And as I said, the program is made in a way that it would work in either way.
Yeah.
Good. Anything else? Elisabeth, something in the chat? No.
Nothing that I've seen, just that Roberto stressed that it took a lot of time to set the dates. They should be moved.
That is true.
We all agree on that.
That is true. So shall I tell you something? It's 1 minute before the official closing of the meeting. Aren't we incredible?
I think we have Michael with his hand up, Sandra.
Pardon? Ah, Michael. Michael, you have 1 minute. Michael, the floor is yours.
Of course, my computer now just decides to go crazy. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, a bit faint, but it's okay.
Yeah, okay, I'll try to be a bit louder. All I wanted to say quickly is just to thank you, Sandra, and Raina and Elizabeth for all the great work you did in getting this together. Obviously, focal point, or sorry, the subject matter experts, but you guys don't get enough love. So thank you for corralling all of this, all of us cats together, trying to herd us into to something useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And Olivier, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Sandra. Olivier Crépin-Blanc speaking. I was just going to ask, should we reopen the discussion about the overarching theme and the name we're going to have? How many hours do we have for that?
This is a threat.
Just kidding, but when we're face to face, it takes hours, and you know, I'm absolutely missing this. Thank you, Sandra. Great meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and I really thank you for your active participation. Doing such a working meeting for a long day on the computer is really something that can only be done with an engaged and active community. So kudos to you for staying with us all the day and giving your clear and precise input. That's really incredible, and I enjoyed it very, very much. And I thank you so much for giving your time and providing your input. So, and since we are still very happy about all this, and this is streamed, everyone can see that Europe's internet governance community is basically in a good shape. And it was my pleasure to moderating this meeting. See you soon, and follow our processes. Subscribe to the newsletter if you aren't yet, because this is the channel where we announce next steps and where we communicate with the community. Okay, then I declare this meeting finished now, and wish you a good rest of the day. Thank you and bye-bye.